The innocence of youth. Is there anything any better? But soon they'll be in high school and facing all the same challenges you faced. How to make friends, how to fit in, how to be cool. We want our children to have everything they'll need to live fulfilling and productive lives. Make sure the kids in your family are among the more than 57,000 participants here in South Dakota who take part in high school sports or activities.
Stake in what we do and share in our success. Discover a lender that works for you at Farm Credit Services of America.
This is what matters. This is beyond X's and O's. This is the difference mutual respect makes. This is what character looks like. This is what defines us in South Dakota. This is sportsmanship. School sports, it's not the outcome that matters most, but the way the games are played. This message presented by the South Dakota High School Activities Association and the South Dakota Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association.
Farmers know crop insurance is essential for managing risk. It's also valuable for maximizing revenue. The crop insurance officers at Farm Credit Services of America have proprietary tools and expertise to deliver the personalized crop and revenue protection you need for the peace of mind you want. Nobody delivers crop insurance like this. Discover the difference by calling 800-884-FARM. Agriculture works here.
We hope you are all enjoying the student productions of your school. Tonight's event and every event produced by your school during the school year are created, filmed, and produced by the students you love to follow and support. Become a booster of your school's live event coverage by becoming a sponsor. It's a great way to show your support of the athletes and students in your community. As a sponsor, you'll get great visibility for your business, organization, or family by supporting the live productions of your school.
The innocence of youth. Is there anything any better? But soon they'll be in high school and facing all the same challenges you faced. How to make friends, how to fit in, how to be cool. We want our children to have everything they'll need to live fulfilling and productive lives. Make sure the kids in your family are among the more than 57,000 participants here in South Dakota who take part in high school sports or activities.
Limestone canyons, flowing waterfalls, and pristine beauty make Spearfish a sanctuary for those seeking the ultimate escape. Outdoor enthusiasts will find top-notch sport climbing, mountain biking, and UTV OHV trails. Guests are steps away from peaceful hiking trails and tranquil streams. Relax and rehash your day's adventure at one of our award-winning local breweries. Finding rest is an important part of any adventure. Lodging in Spearfish comes with a variety of choices, from cabins, B&Bs, and campgrounds to the comforts of your popular brand-name hotels. To find your unique adventure in Spearfish, go to visitspearfish.com now.
Agriculture is like no other business, which makes Farm Credit Services of America like no other lender. Owned by the farmers and ranchers we serve, our customers have a voice in how we work, a stake in what we do, and share in our success. Discover a lender that works for you at Farm Credit Services of America.
This is what matters. This is beyond X's and O's. This is the difference mutual respect makes. This is what character looks like. This is what defines us in South Dakota. This is sportsmanship. School sports, it's not the outcome that matters most, but the way the games are played. This message presented by the South Dakota High School Activities Association and the South Dakota Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association.
Farmers know crop insurance is essential for managing risk. It's also valuable for maximizing revenue. The crop insurance officers at Farm Credit Services of America have proprietary tools and expertise to deliver the personalized crop and revenue protection you need for the peace of mind you want. Nobody delivers crop insurance like this. Discover the difference by calling 800-884-FARM. Agriculture works here.
We hope you are all enjoying the student productions of your school. Tonight's event and every event produced by your school during the school year are created, filmed, and produced by the students you love to follow and support. Become a booster of your school's live event coverage by becoming a sponsor. It's a great way to show your support of the athletes and students in your community. As a sponsor, you'll get great visibility for your business, organization, or family by supporting the live productions of your school.
The innocence of youth. Is there anything any better? But soon they'll be in high school and facing all the same challenges you faced. How to make friends, how to fit in, how to be cool. We want our children to have everything they'll need to live fulfilling and productive lives. Make sure the kids in your family are among the more than 57,000 participants here in South Dakota who take part in high school sports or activities.
Met in a semi-final matchup to make it to the championship game in Class 11A. Less than a year later, both teams are looking down the barrel of a gun and looking for some victories here on their season. But one thing has been for certain, the points haven't been found by either the Vermillion Tanagers or the Milbank Bulldogs. It's time for some Friday Night Lights live from the Dakota Dome. It's time for the Live Ticket TV pregame show. Well, good evening and welcome inside the Dakota Dome on an early pregame show starting at 5 o'clock. With kickoff set for 6 o'clock this evening due to USD athletics that are happening over in the SCSC volleyball coming up at 7 o'clock. This is to help kind of uncongest the parking lot a little bit, so that's why this kickoff has been moved up. It also helps out with the Milbank Bulldogs on their road travels tonight, so that is why we are seeing the earlier pregame show. Once again, good evening. I'm Heath Nimke. We have plenty coming up here on the pregame show, but right now, let's focus on it. Less than a year ago, these two teams were meeting in the semifinals right here inside the Dakota Dome. Now, the Milbank Bulldogs coming in as the 7th seed. The Vermillion Tanagers riding a huge winning streak, a very large high, expecting to make it to a championship game. They just have to get by a Bulldogs team that hadn't scored a lot of points. However, the Vermillion Tanagers don't get off to the right start, and everything kind of crumbled after that. And the Bulldogs, as we know, got the victory, eventually finishing runners-up a year ago. But so much has changed, not just with the Vermillion Tanagers, but with the Milbank Bulldogs. And of course, that major change is something we see every year. The loss of seniors in graduation, which means now who is going to step up. And just as much as the Vermillion Tanagers have faced that question with their youth and trying to get the senior leadership as well, the Milbank Bulldogs have also kind of fallen on that sword as well. And just like the Vermillion Tanagers, for the Milbank Bulldogs, it hasn't been easy with their opening up of this schedule so far. Seen a couple teams that have a very good chance at making the postseason. And for Milbank, it seems like we really haven't truly seen what their offense is capable of, because unlike Vermillion, they have been chasing teams so much. In fact, going into this game tonight, Milbank has been outscored 12-82. Yeah, that's right. They've lost both of their games 41-6. On the opposite side, the Vermillion Tanagers have been close, but haven't been able to finish it off against the Dakota Valley Panthers and the Lennox Orioles. And we have seen so much change, not just at the quarterback position, but for the Vermillion Tanagers, seen a lot more of the youth stepping up and play. When I mention youth, I'm talking more freshmen and sophomores, where you might see some senior leadership that has either been lacking or injuries that have played a factor. And talking about those injuries, Carter Skogsberg is out indefinitely. We're not quite for sure when Vermillion will be getting him back. That's a huge miss on the offensive and defensive lines. How does Vermillion replace a guy like Carter? Plus, the quarterback has been so much in question. So far, we've seen Sean Doan and Hayden Christofferson, who came on last week, and excuse me, but I didn't realize he was a freshman the way he was playing. But has Hayden now locked up the starting position, or is it now up to the senior quarterback, Ty Hertz, who is back after missing the first 2 games of the season? We're going to hear more about that decision and what we're going to see with the Vermillion Tanagers here on the pregame show. I'm not going to give you that answer quite yet. In fact, I'll let the head coach, Tom O'Boyle, explain the decision on what he would like to go with for tonight's game. Again, this is the Live Ticket TV pregame show. We're going to be taking a look more at the Milbank Bulldogs and also, of course, the Vermillion Tanagers. Catch up with both head coaches, Coach Allmendinger of the Milbank Bulldogs and, of course, Coach O.B. of the Vermillion Tanagers. That is on the way, but we're going to take our first time out. And when we come back, it's time to preview Class 11A. 2 weeks in so far, where do we find ourselves as the Vermillion Tanagers? And so far, who are the top dogs? No pun intended. That's on the way next here on the Live Ticket TV pregame show.
Limestone canyons, flowing waterfalls, and pristine beauty make Spearfish a sanctuary for those seeking the ultimate escape. Outdoor enthusiasts will find top-notch sport climbing, mountain biking, and UTV OHV trails. Guests are steps away from peaceful hiking trails and tranquil streams. Relax and rehash your day's adventure at one of our award-winning local breweries. Finding rest is an important part of any adventure. Lodging in Spearfish comes with a variety of choices, from cabins, B&Bs, and campgrounds to the comforts of your popular brand-name hotels. To find your unique adventure in Spearfish, go to visitspearfish.com now.
Agriculture is like no other business, which makes Farm Credit Services of America like no other lender. Owned by the farmers and ranchers we serve, our customers have a voice in how we work, a stake in what we do, and share in our success. Discover a lender that works for you at Farm Credit Services of America.
This is what matters. This is beyond X's and O's. This is the difference mutual respect makes. This is what character looks like. This is what defines us in South Dakota. This is sportsmanship. School sports, it's not the outcome that matters most, but the way the games are played. This message presented by the South Dakota High School Activities Association and the South Dakota Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association.
Welcome back inside the Dakota Dome for Friday Night Lights. Vermillion versus Milbank. Both teams coming into tonight's game 0-2 on the season. Both looking for a couple of key victories tonight. Trying to figure out their offense as well, as Vermillion, of course, has struggled in their opening two games. The Milbank Bulldogs have scored just 12 points, have been outscored by their opponents 12-82. We'll talk more about the Milbank Bulldogs here in just a moment and catch up with head coach Brian Allmendinger. Man, I love what he is as a coach. I love his ethics that he has as his coaching staff as well. Great conversation coming up with him here in just a moment. By the way, are you ready for your chance to win? The Vermillion High School Booster Club is having their raffle that is currently going on. You have your chance to win 4 different items. This is pretty cool. You can have reserved front row parking for volleyball, wrestling, basketball, and gymnastics. You can also win their Big Red Cooler, a set of 4 metal coasters with Tanager logos and 2 Tanager tumblers. Along with that, 2 soft stadium seats and a gray Tanager blanket. That is all up for raffle right now. You can purchase your tickets if you're on your way to the Dakota Dome. You can purchase them right now at the ticket gate, or you can also make sure you message them on Facebook. Reserve your tickets. You can find them at all home sporting events, including volleyball and football. This is all going to be given away coming up on homecoming night for football. That's on the 23rd, so you have a little bit of time to get your raffle tickets. By the way, tickets are $10 for 1 or 3 for $25. Again, winner will be announced on homecoming night, so make sure you enter in for that raffle for the Vermillion High School Boosters. And always great to have the boosters along, have great conversations with them each and every halftime show. And we got a great one coming up once again this evening. Looking forward to that again. That is coming up here at halftime. All right, as we continue on with the Live Ticket TV pregame show, it is time to get into our next segment. That is our Class 11A preview. We're 2 weeks in. Where do we find ourselves as of right now? Well, so far, as we know, just mentioned it a moment ago, coming into this game, the Vermillion Tanagers and the Milbank Bulldogs currently 0-2. But right now, at the top, there is one team that is number 1 according to the seed points. That is Del Rapids. Followed behind them at number 2, the new team to Class 11A, the Beersford Watchdogs. They have been impressive so far this season. Dakota Valley, Lennox, and West Central, all 2-0, find themselves tied for 3rd. And then 3 teams at 1-1, including Belfouche, Canton, and Madison, and then the rest are all 0-2 teams, including Chamberlain, Vermillion, Custer, Milbank, Sioux Falls Christian, and Lakota Tech. Now, according to seed points-wise, Chamberlain, Vermillion, Custer, Milbank, and Sioux Falls Christian are all tied on seed points. Lakota Tech is at the very bottom right now in 14th position. Now, according to the media, who do they like so far? Well, even though Del Rapids is number 1 seed points-wise, according to the media polls, West Central is number 1, Del Rapids number 2, DV number 3, Beersford, again, according to seed points, are number 2, but media has them at number 4, Madison at number 5, and then receiving votes, Lenox and Canton in Class 11A. Should be exciting to see football games coming up tonight. And talking about those, we have one that's currently underway. No score at the moment. Lakota Tech and Chamberlain. That one kicked off a few hours ago. We'll see if we can't get you a score update that on here in just a little bit. Other games coming up this evening. All the rest of these are coming up tonight at 7, and then one tomorrow at 7. Again, we are on an earlier kickoff, but coming up in an hour's time, or a little over an hour, Lenox and Canton are playing in their Black and Blue Bowl game. That's happening in Lenox. Both teams receiving votes there. Number 1 winner from Class 11B takes on number 4 Beersford. That's going to be a great matchup. Winner so far 3-0 on the season. Again, the Watchdogs 2-0. Other matchups tonight include Del Rapids taking on Hot Springs, Sioux Falls Christian, and Dakota Valley. That one is happening up in Sioux Falls tonight. Custer and Rapid City Christian, and then also another big game tonight that we're keeping our eye on. This was really going to determine a lot moving forward throughout the rest of the season. Number 1 West Central takes on number 5 Madison. And then tomorrow, the one game on a Saturday, number 4 St. Thomas More from Class 11B will be taking on Belfouche. Again, that is happening tomorrow night. And that is your look at Class 11A so far here on the season. We're going to step aside, and when we come back, it's time to look more at the Milbank Bulldogs and catch up with head coach Brian Almendinger. That is on the way next here on Live Ticket TV.
Farmers know crop insurance is essential for managing risk. It's also valuable for maximizing revenue. The crop insurance officers at Farm Credit Services of America have proprietary tools and expertise to deliver the personalized crop and revenue protection you need for the peace of mind you want. Nobody delivers crop insurance like this. Discover the difference by calling 800-884-FARM. Agriculture works here.
We hope you are all enjoying the student productions of your school. Tonight's event and every event produced by your school during the school year are created, filmed, and produced by the students you love to follow and support. Become a booster of your school's live event coverage by becoming a sponsor. It's a great way to show your support of the athletes and students in your community. As a sponsor, you'll get great visibility for your business, organization, or family by supporting the live productions of your school.
The innocence of youth. Is there anything any better? But soon they'll be in high school and facing all the same challenges you faced. How to make friends, how to fit in, how to be cool. We want our children to have everything they'll need to live fulfilling and productive lives. Make sure the kids in your family are among the more than 57,000 participants here in South Dakota who take part in high school sports or activities.
Limestone canyons, flowing waterfalls, and pristine beauty make Spearfish a sanctuary for those seeking the ultimate escape. Outdoor enthusiasts will find top-notch sport climbing, mountain biking, and UTV OHV trails. Guests are steps away from peaceful hiking trails and tranquil streams. Relax and rehash your day's adventure at one of our award-winning local breweries. Finding rest is an important part of any adventure. Lodging in Spearfish comes with a variety of choices, from cabins, B&Bs, and campgrounds to the comforts of your popular brand-name hotels. To find your unique adventure in Spearfish, go to visitspearfish.com now.
Agriculture is like no other business, which makes Farm Credit Services of America like no other lender. Owned by the farmers and ranchers we serve, our customers have a voice in how we work, a stake in what we do, and share in our success. Discover a lender that works for you at Farm Credit Services of America.
This is what matters. This is beyond X's and O's. This is the difference mutual respect makes. This is what character looks like. This is what defines us in South Dakota. This is sportsmanship. School sports, it's not the outcome that matters most, but the way the games are played. This message presented by the South Dakota High School Activities Association and the South Dakota Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association.
Big night inside the Dakota Dome as two teams looking for their first wins of the season. Welcome back to the Live Ticket TV pregame show. I'm Heath Nimke. Great to have you along on this Friday night, a little bit earlier due to some activities happening over inside the SCSC for the University of South Dakota. Kind of help out the parking lot this evening. Not so much traffic with both sporting events happening at 7 o'clock. So that is why we're seeing the move up of time for this evening. But nonetheless, we're having some fun here on the Live Ticket TV pregame show. We've been talking about these two teams and talk more about the Milbank Bulldogs right now, where they're at here on their season. Again, coming in 0-2, a team that has certainly been chasing themselves so far. We know they're unlike Dakota Valley and Lennox so far that we have seen this season. They are a more traditional running team. They are going to pound the rock. They want to keep everything inside. However, we haven't necessarily seen that from the Milbank Bulldog. Now, this is a team that's also trying to develop themselves of getting a little bit more away from that. We're going to hear that here in just a moment as Coach Allmendinger touches on that as they've tried to expand what they're able to do with the passing game and not be so predictable. But again, it hasn't necessarily looked the best when the Milbank Bulldogs have just been chasing after teams, again, only scoring 12 points, a touchdown apiece in their first two games. So we'll see if they can't find some offense and talk more about what that is going to look like tonight in this rematch from a year ago. It's time to get into our coaches conversation, as earlier this week I caught up on the phone with head coach Brian Allmendinger to talk about the Milbank Bulldogs so far, their expectations of where they want to get, and what it's like playing back inside the Dakota Dome. Here he is on the pregame show. It's head coach of the Milbank Bulldogs, Brian Allmendinger. Well, Coach, as you get set to take on the Vermillion Tanagers, a huge game from your squad coming into this. You begin the 0-2 for the season, trying to find that win. But just going into this year, let's begin there. A team that made it to the championship game a year ago as runners-up. You went into the 7th seed even as the playoffs came along. And then going into this year, you lost a lot of great senior talent from a year ago. What were the expectations for your squad in trying to replace all the great seniors that you had a year ago?
Yeah, we just, expectations were just to, really just dial it back down and get back to fundamentals and the basics and do the little things right. And, we're still working on that. Obviously, we're 0-2 and been outscored, 82-12, I think. But just kind of expectations were guys coming in and taking spots and working hard, and we've seen some of that. So, I think we're trying to get better, a little bit better each and every week. Losing 19 seniors and the experience that they brought and everything else has been, a challenge to overcome. But every team goes through that cycle. So, it's not new to us, but or unique to us, I should say. But we're, like I said, we're just trying to get better each and every week.
Yeah, and that's kind of exactly where the Vermillion Tanagers find themselves at this year, too, replacing a lot of great senior talent that they had a year ago. They start off their season 0-2. And by the way, you can look at Vermillion and Milbank as well. The two teams that you've opened up the season with look like teams that could be making the postseason here and coming up in October and November. We know Milbank so well in your squad that you like to really run the bar hard up the middle, but we've seen so far with looking at the stats, you have mixed in a little bit more of passing with running. Is that something that you wanted to create this year, was a little bit more balanced, or is it just because you've been kind of chasing after points that you've been throwing the football so much this season?
No, it was kind of a goal too coming into this year that we're going to try to be more balanced with throwing. We have a junior quarterback starting for the first time, and he's a little bit taller guy than a very good quarterback from last year. So, he's got a little bit better vision just due to his height, and he throws a pretty good ball, and he's building that rapport with his receivers. So we thought we kind of even up that balance a little bit. We're not where we want to be, in terms of being 50-50 would be ideal, but we're better than we were last year, and I think if we need to throw the ball, we certainly can do that. Or even if we don't need to throw the ball, we can do that as well. So, we're trying to get there and trying to get that balance. But running the football is something that we like to do as well, and we've had some success with that so far again this year, especially last week. So.
On the defensive side, you look at the Vermillion Tanagers, a team that hasn't necessarily shown all their strengths at points when it comes to offensively. We've even seen in the past 2 games, 2 different quarterbacks that have been able to play. We're waiting to see maybe if we don't see the senior quarterback at some time this season. How do you plan for a Vermillion Tanagers offense that has struggled so far this season, and they're basically willing to throw any quarterback that can get the job done? How do you plan for that as a coach?
Well, it's difficult. You can't pinpoint one guy and look at maybe some strengths or weaknesses. But, like you said earlier, Coach O'Boyle and myself, we're kind of going through the same thing here. We're trying to find people and put them in spots, and we're asking a lot for young guys to get in there and get the job done. And, is that fair? Probably not. I mean, the perfect scenario is that we put guys in there that have a chance to be successful, but sometimes just it's needs-based. And so I think that's, where Vermillion and Coach O'Boyle are at right now, just trying to find, that one guy that's going to step in there and do the job effectively and efficiently. And so as far as planning for defense, I mean, honestly, right now, we're just trying to take care of ourselves, quite honestly, and, play solid fundamental defense. And then, whoever's in that quarterback, we just got to take it from there. But, yeah.
Yeah, a huge game upcoming for the, of course, Milbank Bulldogs and then Vermillion Tanagers. Coach, as you mentioned, it's been 12-82. I know you're trying to find the offense, and even looking ahead in your schedule, things don't get easier. You have Dakota Valley, Del Rapids, Sioux Falls Christian, even West Central to finish out the season starting 0-2. I know you're a team that wants to make it back to the Dome again, trying to play for a championship, even make the postseason. Is this a must-win for your team? How do you know going into this game how important it is trying to find that first win of the season against the Vermillion Tanagers?
It's a critical game, for us. Starting 0-2, and already put yourself behind the 8 ball. But our schedule doesn't get easier by far. But we played 2 very, very good teams, quite honestly. And with all those seniors that we've already talked about being gone, we're also missing quite a few guys these last couple games. So, it's a critical game for us. We need to play well, to even have a shot. And we haven't been really in either one of these last 2 games. So, right now we're just looking to improve each and every week. I don't know. We call it a must-win. I mean, if we want to make the playoffs, certainly it's a must-win. But, in my mind, I think we just have to, continue improving and just focus on that rather than, putting pressure on ourselves saying, oh, we absolutely, must win this game and this and that, because Vermillion, at the end of the day, they're a good team as well, and they're going to be well coached. I know that. So, we're just going to take it, try to win each and every snap and see where it falls.
Well, you heard it there from Coach Brian Allmendinger. Just win every single snap. Focus on the Milbank Bulldogs, not necessarily on what Vermillion is doing defensively or even offensively. Just try to find that key victory. Also, want to give a big shout out to Coach Allmendinger. He usually does not bring his lower classmen with when they travel on football games, but since it is this opportunity to play inside the Dakota Dome, he has brought everybody from freshmen all the way up to the senior class right here to play inside the Dakota Dome, or at least get to experience this. Of course, we take the Dakota Dome maybe a little bit for granted because we get to enjoy it so much every single year, but cool to see that Coach Allmendinger brings his whole entire staff, all of his kids, to enjoy the moment like this. But of course, they're enjoying the moment, but they would enjoy even more with a win against the Vermillion Tanagers. Certainly going to be a great matchup. Kind of has that same feel that we saw a year ago in a semifinal matchup, but this time both teams looking for their first win. And we also heard him say not necessarily a must-win game if it comes to making the postseason. Well, I asked that same question to head coach Tom O'Boyle with his team at 0-2, and knowing the schedule that still lays in front of them, is this a must-win for the Tanagers? Plus, who is the starting quarterback? Head coach Tom O'Boyle is on the way next to answer those questions here on the Live Ticket TV pregame show.
Farmers know crop insurance is essential for managing risk. It's also valuable for maximizing revenue. The crop insurance officers at Farm Credit Services of America have proprietary tools and expertise to deliver the personalized crop and revenue protection you need for the peace of mind you want. Nobody delivers crop insurance like this. Discover the difference by calling 800-884-FARM. Agriculture works here.
We hope you are all enjoying the student productions of your school. Tonight's event and every event produced by your school during the school year are created, filmed, and produced by the students you love to follow and support. Become a booster of your school's live event coverage by becoming a sponsor. It's a great way to show your support of the athletes and students in your community. As a sponsor, you'll get great visibility for your business, organization, or family by supporting the live productions of your school.
The innocence of youth. Is there anything any better? But soon they'll be in high school and facing all the same challenges you faced. How to make friends, how to fit in, how to be cool. We want our children to have everything they'll need to live fulfilling and productive lives. Make sure the kids in your family are among the more than 57,000 participants here in South Dakota who take part in high school sports or activities.
Limestone canyons, flowing waterfalls, and pristine beauty make Spearfish a sanctuary for those seeking the ultimate escape. Outdoor enthusiasts will find top-notch sport climbing, mountain biking, and UTV OHV trails. Guests are steps away from peaceful hiking trails and tranquil streams. Relax and rehash your day's adventure at one of our award-winning local breweries. Finding rest is an important part of any adventure. Lodging in Spearfish comes with a variety of choices, from cabins, B&Bs, and campgrounds to the comforts of your popular brand-name hotels. To find your unique adventure in Spearfish, go to visitspearfish.com now.
Agriculture is like no other business, which makes Farm Credit Services of America like no other lender. Owned by the farmers and ranchers we serve, our customers have a voice in how we work, a stake in what we do, and share in our success. Discover a lender that works for you at Farm Credit Services of America.
Inside the Dakota Dome as we are getting you set for another night of Friday Night Lights here on Live Ticket TV. Great to have you along on this Friday evening along with Cole Larsh. I'm Heath Nimke. It is time to get into our next coach's interview, and that is with head coach Tom O'Boyle. And we have seen this team so far struggle offensively, but show their strength on defense, looking for a big win tonight against the Milbank Bulldogs, a team that defeated them here a year ago, less than a year ago actually, for the chance to make it to the championship game in Class 11A. Again, the Bulldogs, the 7 seed at the time, got that upset against Canton in the first round, then beat Vermillion in the second round to play Madison, where they eventually finished as runners-up. But this is a whole lot different of a team for the Milbank Bulldogs, as we just heard from head coach Allmendinger. But for the Vermillion Tanagers, more specifically, it's not necessarily the Milbank Bulldogs they're worried about, but just continuing to find their stride offensively. Who is the new quarterback for tonight? And is this a must-win situation for the Vermillion Tanagers as we move into Week 3? Well, to answer those questions and to get more into our pregame show, it's time to get into our coaches conversation, as right now we're joined with head coach Tom O'Boyle of the Vermillion Tanagers. Coach OB, I know as we are now going into Week 3 of this season, this certainly hasn't been the way you wanted things to start with your group of guys. I look back at the first 2 games against Dakota Valley and Lennox, take nothing away from those 2 great teams. Probably going to be 2 teams that make the playoffs coming up here in October and November, but you have been so close. You've had so many great opportunities to win those games, especially really in those first halves against Dakota Valley and Lennox. Looking back after 2 weeks of football, did you think it was going to be this difficult a start of the season to replace the seniors that we saw a year ago? Or what does it take to finally start changing the narrative of this season and getting things going in the right direction?
Well, I think, Heath, I think you're dead on when you're talking about opportunities that we've had for the first 2 weeks of the season, and for a lot of different reasons. We haven't cashed in on those, but we've had the ball multiple times inside our opponent's 40, and more than that, inside the 20. We just haven't found the end zone. So I think we're very pleased. We're seeing teams get better. We're seeing our kids get better as they fit into seeing themselves as varsity football players. That's always a transformation that interesting to watch when the kid finally figures out, I'm in this game on a Friday night. Now I've got to be a varsity football player. So we saw a lot of that at Lennox. We were a much better team last Friday night than we were the first Friday night out against Dakota Valley. For just a lot of different reasons, and kids are starting to settle in and feel like they truly belong on the field on a Friday night. So, I know it's not fun to be 0-2, certainly, but our job is to see growth and see kids learn and teach football, and our kids are doing that, and our coaches are doing that. So, we have another opportunity every Friday, and this week it's Milbank, and I know Brian's going to have a team that's well coached and come in, and they're a complete opposite of the Tanager football team. He's coming in here with a load of almost 300-pound guys, and one guy 350. So, he's a downhill type offense, and we're going to try to spread them out. So it'll be a fun chess match this Friday.
And, of course, you've had some great chess matches as well against Coach Allmendinger. We'll talk more about that here in just a moment. But I want to continue on. You're talking about the offense for Milbank, and I want to circle back to your offense. Something we heard you say after Week 1 was making the game a little bit simpler. We've seen now you even make a change at quarterback going into this week as well. We could see another change when it comes to the quarterback system. But a lot of things that you continue to implement with the read option offense, opportunities to pass the football as well. What does it take? Do you like where the offense is at right now with your squad, or do you think you need to make things just even simpler for the guys? What is the takeaway from the offense after finally getting in to score a couple touchdowns, but now trying to finish it off every single time when you have the football?
Well, I think we're done with any kind of insertion. We like what we have for our kids. We think it's a good fit. So now it's just a rep and polish type thing. There's been a lot made of the fact that we played 2 quarterbacks against Lennox, and it has nothing to do with, one kid, we're not down on the guy that we took out, and we feel good about both kids. And the second quarterback, Christopherson, that we brought in the game, did some nice things and got the ball out really quick and early, and we made some nice grabs. You know, there are certainly a lot of things to fix when it comes to our passing game. You know, with running routes and blocking and catching the ball downfield, but the biggest thing, Heath, is my job up front as the O-line coach is to figure out a protection to keep our guys upright where they can feel like they can sit back, relax, and make good reads and get the ball out. So we're a work in progress there. We think we're gaining ground on that daily, and you know, it looks as if we'll be without Cogsburg this Friday, so it's next man up theory, and we're going to try to we'll be as good as we can. We're excited about the fact that we're getting a experienced senior Ty Hurts back as a dress participant this Friday night, and I think that will give us a shot in the arm as well offensively.
They don't pay me the big bucks just to ask the simple question, so let's go right off that. Is Ty going to be the starting quarterback? What are the three quarterback options going up against Milbank?
Well, one, we'll have somebody lined up in that position.
I should have known that was going to come.
Yeah, two, as far as Monday night and Tuesday night practice went, number 6 has one. At this point in time, he's our number 1 quarterback.
Okay, well, there we go. That and as I know, with you, anything is possible after a few drives. If you don't see what you don't like, you are one to make those changes. So get this. Get the answer there and get the question out of the way. Okay, Milbank, a team that we're not going to focus on last year. Yes, we know they were the team that defeated you for your chance to make it to the championship game. And you even mentioned this is going to be a team unlike we have seen before. They're very, very simple when it comes to their offense. They want to pound the rock. They want to run it right down your throat. You know that, but it's much harder to ultimately stop that, especially when it comes to their size. How do you match up in that kind of physical aspect with what Coach Allmendinger is bringing to the Dome?
Well, I think, Brian's not going to he's a great football coach, make no doubt about it. He'll have kids ready to play. He'll have a scheme that he can win with. So right now, they are very much, from what we can tell, a ball control offense, and they're playing a lot of young kids as well, as they lost a lot of kids through graduation. But at this point in time of the season, everybody's a varsity football player, so it doesn't matter what you had a year ago. Brian is going to right. They're going to run an unbalanced line up front with some big kids and go downhill at you. They still have 2 kids off their 4x1 and 4x2 teams from a year ago that could really run, and they have them at the positions where they can get down the field and hurt you. You can't fall asleep with their running game because they've got a couple guys that they can split out wide and run by you. So, it's attention to detail, and it's going to be a great opportunity for us to play against a well-coached football team and keep the ball away from them. We need to find the end zone, and we need to make a Milbank team go to a passing game, which they really don't want to do.
Yeah, certainly they don't want to do. It is something they can do. They've gotten their only touchdowns from the passing game, but they really want to run the rock, as you mentioned. And this is kind of something weird to bring up. I know we're only into week 3, Coach O'Boyle, but it seems like with those 2 losses against Dakota Valley and against Lennox, especially being right there with that opportunity, is week 3 a must-win for the Tanagers if you guys want to make the postseason?
I don't think in high school there's any such thing as a must-win. I think when you look at Dakota Valley, very good, very well-coached team, and they do nice things. You look at Lennox, who's very well-coached, and they do nice things. I think this league is wide open, and I think you're going to see a lot of teams trading victories with teams that other teams have beat. So, I like where we are. I think we are becoming an experienced team that now understands, what it takes to score and play with lead. Although that's only been one time this year, and then we failed on our extra points. But I think that we understand that we have, our defense has played well enough and given us an opportunity 2 weeks in a row to be successful. Now we have to follow through on the offense side of things, and people need to understand it's the same kids. So we're not blessed with a great deal of kids out for football at Vermillion. I don't know that. I don't have an answer for that, but so we have a lot of kids going both ways, and it takes great effort on their behalf to condition the way we do, and know that you may be on the field for 85, 90 snaps on a Friday night.
Coach, before I let you go, you bring it up as well. The defense has played phenomenal. They are causing turnovers every single time we see them on the defensive side. Fumbles against Lennox, interceptions in there as well. How much does the defense need to cause turnovers in a game for your squad to finally turn an L into a W?
I think Gary would have a different answer. Like I told Gary, I said, I don't understand why they're not scoring 21 points a game. We'd be in great shape. But, the defense, they do what they do. They're opportunistic. We have very talented kids, albeit young in spots. But we are talented in our secondary. We've got good young linebackers. Our D-line has done a nice job of getting off the ball with disrupting things and really being good on third and fourth down. So, I think they just need to keep coming, keep playing the way they are, and then those same kids will turn around, and I think you're going to see that we're getting better each and every day and every week on the offensive side of things. So there certainly isn't any panic. We like and love our kids. We love the way they go about things. We love the way they approach the week and work. And I'm happy with the effort, and I think it'll translate to the win column.
Well, the win column certainly is a spot that we want to mark for the Vermillion Tanagers. Try to move to 1-2 on the season, as coming into tonight, both the Vermillion Tanagers and the Milbank Bulldogs 0-2 and looking for a huge win here in Week 3. We're closer to kickoff, as that was once again head coach of the Vermillion Tanagers, Tom O'Boyle. We're going to step aside here on the Live Ticket TV pregame show, and when we come back, we get you closer to the opening kickoff between the Vermillion Tanagers and the Milbank Bulldogs. That's on the way on Live Ticket TV.
This This is what matters. This is beyond X's and O's. This is the difference mutual respect makes. This is what character looks like. This is what defines us in South Dakota. This is sportsmanship. School sports, it's not the outcome that matters most, but the way the games are played. This message presented by the South Dakota High School Activities Association and the South Dakota Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association.
Farmers know crop insurance is essential for managing risk. It's also valuable for maximizing revenue. The crop insurance officers at Farm Credit Services of America have proprietary tools and expertise to deliver the personalized crop and revenue protection you need for the peace of mind you want. Nobody delivers crop insurance like this. Discover the difference by calling 800-884-FARM. Agriculture works here.
Back live inside the Dakota Dome as we're getting you set for kickoff here on Friday Night Lights between the Vermillion Tanagers and the Milbank Bulldogs. We just got done here on our pregame show with both of our coaches' conversations, catching up with head coach Brian Allmendinger and, of course, just a moment ago, head coach Tom O'Boyle of the Vermillion Tanagers. And coming into this matchup, by the way, these two coaches have seen each other in the past, more specifically plenty of times in the postseason. In fact, they've seen each other 4 times throughout their careers, both for different teams, besides what we saw a year ago. Ultimately, right now, Coach Brian Allmendinger is beating Tom O'Boyle in that category of 3-1. And, of course, we saw last year a 24-0 victory for the Milbank Bulldogs to make it to the Class 11A championship game. Along with our producer, Cole Larsh, Jacob Wirtz, I'm Heath Nimke. It's great to be with you on this Friday evening here for some football. Again, kickoff is set for just after 6 o'clock inside the Dakota Dome. Again, if you're just tuning in, that's because of the congestion that is trying to be avoided with some USD volleyball that is coming up at 7 o'clock. We're going to get to my broadcast partner, Jacob, here in just a moment, but another reminder, if you are still making your way to the Dakota Dome, the Vermillion High School Booster Bash and Booster Club is having their raffle that is currently going on. You have your chance to win some pretty cool prizes. You can win a reserved front row parking spot for volleyball, wrestling, basketball, and gymnastics. Also in the raffle is a big red cooler, also a set of 4 metal coasters along with the Tanager logo and 2 Tanager tumblers, and also 2 soft stadium seats and a gray Tanager blanket. Again, this raffle is currently ongoing. Tickets are for $1, $10, or 3 for $25, and you can purchase those at home events. So again, if you're still making your way here to the Dome, make sure you sign up for that raffle and purchase your tickets. Otherwise, you can find them coming up this Tuesday as they'll be selling tickets once again at volleyball, as the volleyball team right now on a 3-0 streak. They take on number 1 Sioux Falls Christian next Tuesday. All right, as we dial it back in for some Friday Night Lights, joined once again with my broadcast partner Jacob, and we get to our 3 keys and 3 questions of the night with Jacob, and we get into the first question. We just heard a moment ago, head coach Tom O'Boyle has announced that Ty Hertz is back in the starting quarterback position. We have not seen him since last year when he got his opportunities. He went 6 of 16 in the passing game for 92 yards and a touchdown. He was also a key piece to the running attack that we saw last year. But ultimately, Jacob, how nice is it just to have his senior leadership back in this lineup, and how important is it for him to get off to a quick start?
Well, his senior leadership is going to be key tonight. I mean, you look as a younger player, you look to the seniors to give you that experience, to give you that leadership on the field, and he's going to have to provide that tonight. And of course, the quarterback position is that key position on the field, as you know, and so that's going to be important there. And his athleticism, I think, is going to add to this offense. When you get a quarterback out there that can run the football as well as throw, that just adds more problems and more headaches for the defense to try to figure out, okay, how do we stop his arm? But now we got a guy that can run the ball as well as throw the ball. That's just one more dimension they have to try to figure out. It's
going to be very interesting, as you mentioned, that dynamic. And this whole entire offense is ran around the quarterback with the RPO. That's what they want to do. And when you have that senior quarterback who knows what to do exactly with the read, the pass, the option, it's going to look a lot smoother than what we've seen in the past 2 weeks. Let's flip the coin over, take a look at the Milbank Bulldogs. We've mentioned it several different times. They're 0-2 on their season, a total of just 12 points, a touchdown apiece. They have been chasing after games, again, have been outscored 12-82. We heard Coach Allmendinger mention it in our pregame show. A mix of run and pass is what he's really trying to change his offense into, instead of that tradition just pound the rock that he has in the past. So how important is it to make that transition quickly in the first half and mix things up against the Tanagers so it's not just running the rock?
Well, again, just like we talked with Vermillion, with Ty Hertz being dynamic, being able to throw and run the ball. That's going to be helpful for Milbank against their opponents. Milbank wanting to mix it up and run the football. We saw that last year. Milbank, they made that run in the playoffs, and what did they rely on? They relied on the running game and playing defense, and certainly that's important. But in the championship game against Madison last year, they had a hard time running the ball against Madison, and they weren't able to get that passing game going. And so that's something Coach Allmendinger has wanted to try to fix, as we heard, and make it more of a balanced attack. And I think you have to have that to be able to open up the defense with the passing game, and then you can still run the football. And they've got a very talented running back that we're going to see tonight. And, of course, they have a couple of guys that can carry the rock, but it's kind of been Aiden Field and Garrett Mertens have kind of been the two guys, the quarterback and the running back, and so they need to be able to run the football also. But it's just nice taking that pressure off the defense, or taking that pressure off the offense when you can make the defense guess, and be able to throw deep.
It will certainly be interesting just to see how much they do use the running backs. As you mentioned, Field has gotten the majority of the carries so far this season, 32 carries for 121 yards. As you mentioned, Mertens, the quarterback, has also carried it almost 20 times so far this season. Again, this is a Milbank offense that hasn't necessarily found their groove so far yet. And finally, we seem like we've been preaching this type of point so far in the first two games, but when I look at the way the defense lines up for the Milbank Bulldogs, they're going to bring in 3 down linemen, 4 linebackers, and you can expect a corner or safety blitz almost on every single play. How is that going to match up against the offensive line for the Vermillion Tanagers that is now missing their left tackle, Carter, after he is out with a knee injury indefinitely? And a lot of these guys, let's just be honest, they're freshmen, they're sophomores. You even look at Michael Neighbor, who's going to come in at that left tackle position. How much is this game going to be won and lost in the trenches tonight?
Well, it's going to be huge. I mean, that's where they say games are won or lost, is in the trenches, and you got to be able to win the line of scrimmage. You can have all the athletes you want on the outside and at quarterback and wherever, but you got to be able to win up front. And just having those young guys like that up front that don't have a lot of experience, that's just hard, because you got to be able to communicate up front on the offensive line. Like you said, when you have defenses that are bringing safeties, defensive backs, linebackers, they're bringing them from all angles. You got to be able to make those reads as an offensive line and say, hey, this guy's coming here, this guy's coming there, this guy's backing out of a blitz. He looks like he's going to blitz, but he's not. It makes it hard for younger guys to really try to get into the game and be able to make those correct communications up front. And so it's going to be interesting to see how this line does tonight against a Milbank team that's got some size up front, but also has some athletes on the back end.
Should be very, very interesting, as you mentioned, and Coach O'Boyle said it as well, the speed that Milbank has and also the size as well. Again, Milbank, less than a year ago right here inside the Dakota Dome, beat the Vermillion Tanagers 24-0. I mentioned our 3 questions with Jacob. I'm going to throw one more at you, Jacob, because I reference it back to a year ago. We go back to that playoff game. There's a lot of hype going into it. Vermillion felt confident with what they were able to do. The opening kickoff was fumbled, and it gave Milbank great starting field position. They were able to capitalize right away, and as soon as that happened, everything just deflated. Everything crumbled. How important are the first 5 minutes for both teams to win that opening part of the first quarter and get off to the right step, especially when you're 0-2 trying to avoid 0-3?
Well, it's very important. The first few minutes of the game is going to be telling to see, where's this game going to go? Can we get off to a quick start? Or is that going to be in the back of their memory? Okay, last year we were right here in the dome, and Milbank came in and just, took it to us from the very first play, and Milbank got the shutout. They shut out Vermillion here in the dome, and so that's something that Coach O'Boyle and the coaching staff is just going to have to, I'm sure all week they've been just probably preaching, forget about it. That was last year. That's done. That's over with. That was 9-10 months ago now. So just get it out of your head. This is a new season. It's a new group. Milbank lost a lot of players as well, so they're trying to replace a lot of key players on that team from last year too, and we heard Coach Allmendinger talk about that. And so I think you just got to forget about it. This is a new season. Both these teams are looking for a win. They're in the same boat tonight.
18 seniors from a year ago. That is what the Milbank Bulldogs lost. This certainly looks a whole lot different from what we saw a year ago. That being said, Vermillion also lost a lot of key seniors. And finally, both teams, as we mentioned, 0-2 on the season, and a win, as both coaches said, was not a must-win, but you do have to look ahead in the schedule for the Vermillion Tanagers. They have West Central for the Trojans homecoming next Friday. Then it's back home against Custer before they're on the road at Chamberlain to wrap up the month of September. And for the Milbank Bulldogs, it's extremely tough in front of them. They play at home next week against Dakota Valley, then on the road against Del Rapids and Sioux Falls Christian to wrap up the month of September. So at this time, it's not must win, but it is time to find a win. We're going to step aside here on the Live Ticket TV pregame show. And when we come back, we take a look at our starting lineups for both the Vermillion Tanagers and the Milbank Bulldogs. That's on the way next here on Live Ticket TV.
We hope you are all enjoying the student productions of your school. Tonight's event and every event produced by your school during the school year are created, filmed, and produced by the students you love to follow and support. Become a booster of your school's live event coverage by becoming a sponsor. It's a great way to show your support of the athletes and students in your community. As a sponsor, you'll get great visibility for your business, organization, or family by supporting the live productions of your school.
The innocence of youth. Is there anything any better? But soon they'll be in high school and facing all the same challenges you faced. How to make friends, how to fit in, how to be cool. We want our children to have everything they'll need to live fulfilling and productive lives. Make sure the kids in your family are among the more than 57,000 participants here in South Dakota who take part in high school sports or activities.
Limestone canyons, flowing waterfalls, and pristine beauty make Spearfish a sanctuary for those seeking the ultimate escape. Outdoor enthusiasts will find top-notch sport climbing, mountain biking, and UTV OHV trails. Guests are steps away from peaceful hiking trails and tranquil streams. Relax and rehash your day's adventure at one of our award-winning local breweries. Finding rest is an important part of any adventure. Lodging in Spearfish comes with a variety of choices, from cabins, B&Bs, and campgrounds to the comforts of your popular brand-name hotels. To find your unique adventure in Spearfish, go to visitspearfish.com now.
Agriculture is like no other business, which makes Farm Credit Services of America like no other lender. Owned by the farmers and ranchers we serve, our customers have a voice in how we work, a stake in what we do, and share in our success. Discover a lender that works for you at Farm Credit Services of America.
Kickoff is coming up here shortly inside the Dakota Dome, a rematch from less than a year ago between the Vermillion Tanagers and the Milbank Bulldogs. Well, before we get to that starting kickoff, as we always know, here inside the Dakota Dome, we never quite kick off. At 7 o'clock, we run it down to zeros. We then get into our introductions. And then kickoff comes up about 7:07 or so, right in there, which gives us, as I mentioned, plenty of time to get into our starting lineup. So let's dive right on in. Let's begin with the Vermillion Tanagers, as we heard. But if you're just tuning in, a new general in at the quarterback position. It will be Ty Hertz that will lead things tonight for the Vermillion Tanagers. Again, Ty Hertz had 92 yards passing last season and ran the ball for over 150 yards. But he will be the featured quarterback tonight for the Vermillion Tanagers. Of course, Jeremy Crow is having himself a great season. He'll be the featured running back, has rushed for over 150 yards himself so far through 2 games. The wide receiver crew will be Connor Larson, Zone Robinson, Luke Knudsen, and Trillian Sorrell for the Vermillion Tanagers. And finally, your starting offensive line, again, a little bit of a change as we see a new left tackle that replaces the injured Carter Skogsberg. Stepping in will be number 62, Michael Neighbor, the 5'11 junior, who will be stepping in that spot. Otherwise, the left guard position will be Riley French. The center is Colton Chapman. Right guard is Eric Solzy. And the right tackle is Roz Baylor for the Vermillion Tanagers. For the Milbank Bulldogs, we're also going to take a look at their offense and what we've seen so far from them. Again, their quarterback is the junior quarterback, Garen Mertens, who has thrown for just over 170 yards and their 2 touchdowns as well. Otherwise, it's a 3 running back system that they want to go with for the Milbank Bulldogs that include Tate Schutler, Eli Johnson, and again, Aiden Field is going to be the main running back for the Milbank Bulldogs. 32 carries for him, 121 yards so far on the season. And of course, we'll see Garrett Mertens carrying the ball plenty of times as well. Only 2 wide receivers willing to feature for the Milbank Bulldogs in their starting 11. That includes number 10, Johanna Awanga, and also number 88, Emmett Hansen for the Milbank Bulldogs. Around the trenches, at the left tackle, it'll be number 70, Oliver Korth. The left guard will be number 52, Jesse Schoeneck. The center will be number 79, Raul Berners. The right guard is Dylan Sheely, number 54. And finally, the right tackle will be number 76, Tice Mersa for the Milbank Bulldogs. As the Bulldogs finally get their introductions, we are set and almost ready to go. Again, a packed house inside the Dakota Dome with the kickoff that is set for just after 6 o'clock here at the SCSC. Looking forward to plenty of excitement as again joined once again here on the broadcast with Jacob Wirtz. And Jacob, we missed you last week, but Vermillion Tanagers fell against Lennox 0-2. How important is it to find a win, a manageable win against the Milbank Bulldogs tonight?
You know, both these teams are 0-2, so they're both looking for a win. Vermillion, you got to get some offense going. You know, the defense has played well. They haven't given up a ton of points. 15 against Dakota Valley, 21 last week against Lennox. So the defense has played well. The offense has struggled to move the football, and we'll see with Ty Hertz being the quarterback if that helps. If that helps kind of move the offense along down the field some more tonight. But certainly the offense has struggled at times in these first couple of games, and that is going to be the key. That's what I'm looking for tonight, Heath, is can this offense get some points on the board, and can the defense continue to play like they have these first couple of weeks? When it comes to the key players for both Milbank and for Vermillion, who are the key guys that you're going to be watching tonight? You know, we talked about for Vermillion, obviously Ty Hertz is going to be huge. We're going to get our first taste of him as a starter this year, and so we'll see again what dynamic he brings to this offense. I think too, Jeremy Crow in the backfield is going to be a key there. You know, with Hertz coming in for the first time, how's he going to be? We don't know, but can Jeremy Crow take some of that load off of Ty Hertz in the backfield? I think you look at Milbank, Garrett Mertens. I think you got to look across the field there at the other quarterback, and Mertens is going to be big. You know, he's got 166 passing yards, just 2 touchdowns. Obviously, they've only scored 2 touchdowns as a team this year, but he's been one of the main guys running and passing. Aiden Field, we talked about him as well, and he leads offensively and defensively in rushing. He's got 12 tackles on defense, so he's going to be key on both sides of the ball there for them. Those are your key players to watch for. We're going to step aside for our national anthem, and we're back with kickoff here in just a moment inside the Dakota Dome.
This This is what matters. This is beyond X's and O's. This is the difference mutual respect makes. This is what character looks like. This is what defines us in South Dakota. This is sportsmanship. School sports, it's not the outcome that matters most, but the way the games are played. This message presented by the South Dakota High School Activities Association and the South Dakota Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association.
Inside the Dakota Dome, Vermillion Tanagers, the Milbank Bulldogs, a rematch from less than a year ago. In fact, these two coaches, Brian Allmendinger and Tom O'Boyle, have only seen each other in the postseason. That matchup belongs to Brian Allmendinger 3-1. But right now, this is the regular season. And both teams hunting for their first victory of the night. Both coaches mentioned it wasn't a must-win game, but if you want to make the postseason, of course, wins are necessary to make that happen. The captains right now meeting at center field here inside the Dakota Dome. It was cool as well to catch up with head coach Brian Allmendinger. He mentioned it going into it off air that he was bringing all of his freshmen with for tonight to enjoy this experience for the Milbank Bulldogs. Not a lot of teams get their opportunity to play inside the Dakota Dome. And as the coin toss is officially over with, Vermillion Tanagers will get the football first. And of course, it is our chance to see Ty Hertz, the senior general quarterback, to run this offense to see if they can't get things in the right direction. That's pretty huge. Do you like Vermillion Jacob getting the ball first? Do you think this is a spot they feel comfortable with?
Well, I think they want to get Ty Hertz some reps here right away and see if this offense can't get a little bit of a spark. Again, we talked about it just a few moments ago. This team has just struggled offensively. At times, they have had just little spurts where they've looked good and they've made big plays, but we'll see what happens with Ty Hertz out here at quarterback, if he can kind of add that spark to them. Of course, Sean Doan, he stepped in the first couple games here, and he played good. I mean, he did what he could do, but it's just a tough situation getting thrown in as a young sophomore quarterback. And Hertz has a little more of experience from last year, and so we'll see if this team can get a spark here on the first drive. It's going to be really important, Heath, to get off to a good start here. And again, rely on Jeremy Crow to take some of that weight off of Ty Hertz early, I think.
Luna has things teed up for the Milbank Bulldogs. We are set and ready to go here inside the Dakota Dome. Kickoff coming up just past 6 o'clock this evening. Great to have you along here on Live Ticket TV. Spread the word. We are set and ready to go. Both teams 0-2 on the season, hunting for their first win. Luna puts a boot into it that doesn't go extremely far, takes a few rolls, and picked up by Jeremy Crow, who's going to run it all the way back to nearly the 40-yard line. Great starting field position for the Vermillion Tanagers. Again, here they come with the new general. Vermillion has seen 3 different quarterbacks, but Ty Hertz, of course, the scheduled quarterback to start this season, but wasn't able to play the first 2 games. He will open up with trips off to the left side, twins to the near side, alone in the backfield, starting at their own 40-yard line. Claps his hands together, back to pass, and finds one of the main targets so far this season. That's Zone Robinson, who comes up with a completion of 2 yards. But Ty Hertz gets comfortable right away, again making that first completion. Vermillion Tanagers will have it set up 2nd down and 8, ball at the 42. They quickly look over to the sidelines, get the instructions in. They're already lined back up. Trips to the right this time. Shotgun formation once again. Ty Hertz as he claps his hands together. It's going to be the RPO. Kept this time by Ty Hertz. Past the 50. Found some space. Ty Hertz to the 30. To the 20. To the 10. Ty Hertz. Welcome to football this season, young man. Ty Hertz. Less than 50 seconds into the football game, it's a 58-yard rushing touchdown for the Vermillion Tanagers. We thought this offense might look different, and that is how it looks different with Ty Hertz at the quarterback position.
Well, they did a nice job, Heath. First play, they just got him an easy, quick completion. Get the ball out of his hands quickly, get him comfortable. Next play, they run just a simple draw, and it just opened up for him for the touchdown.
Extra point by Luke Knudsen. He puts this one up through the uprights, and 49 seconds into the football game, the Vermillion Tanagers have struck. They lead it 7-0 over the Milbank Bulldogs. We're back here in just a moment here on Live Ticket TV.
Farmers know crop insurance is essential for managing risk. It's also valuable for maximizing revenue. The crop insurance officers at Farm Credit Services of America have proprietary tools and expertise to deliver the personalized crop and revenue protection you need for the peace of mind you want. Nobody delivers crop insurance like this. Discover the difference by calling 800-884-FARM. Agriculture works here.
We hope you are all enjoying the student productions of your school. Tonight's event and every event produced by your school during the school year are created, filmed, and produced by the students you love to follow and support. Become a booster of your school's live event coverage by becoming a sponsor. It's a great way to show your support of the athletes and students in your community. As a sponsor, you'll get great visibility for your business, organization, or family by supporting the live productions of your school.
Back inside the Dakota Dome as 49 seconds into the football game, the Vermillion Tanagers lead it on a 58-yard rushing touchdown from the quarterback Ty Hertz, and Luke Knudsen puts a big boot into this one. It goes into the Coyote touchdown area. Of course, this will be a touchback, and here comes the Milbank Bulldogs, led by the junior quarterback, Garrett Mertens. Again, we mentioned it, throwing for just over 170 yards so far this season, 58 yards in the rushing attack. And as we heard so far on the Live Ticket TV pregame show, packed the house, and that's exactly what Milbank does as they have 9 guys inside the box. They're going to hand it off to Feel. He tries to feel his way through, picks up about 2 yards, and it will be 2nd down and 8 upcoming for the Milbank Bulldogs.
And they're going to try to establish this running game, Heath, with Feel. He had last week, I believe it was 32 carries last week against Madison, and so they're going to try to feed him the rock right away.
2nd down and 8, shotgun formation for Mertens, puts one in motion. Going across is his other featured running back, but they go Feel right up the middle. He rumbles the legs tough just past the 30 before he's finally wrestled down at the 33-yard line. A pickup of 11 yards, 1st down for the Milbank Bulldogs as they get it up to the 33-yard line. Break huddle quickly, as now they're going to split out one of their running backs once again. That is Eli Johnson, who is at the hashes. Johnson now put in motion. They're going to go back to Field once again, who's trying to find his blockers. And so far, a good push from the offensive line, a 4-yard gain, bringing up now 2nd down and 6. 2nd down and 6 upcoming for the Milbank Bulldogs, who have opened up with 3 rushes, all going so far to Aiden Field. Getting 3 carries for 17 yards. Split Johnson out at the hashes. Put him in motion. It's been the same play every single time, but this time it's going to be a quarterback keeper designed. Good blocking on the outside to open up some space for Garrett Mertens, able to pick up another 1st down as he gets to the 45. on a 9-yard run. 9-17 here in the first quarter. It's 7-0. The Vermillion Tanagers lead it over the Milbank Bulldogs. Again, if you're just tuning in, it was just the second play of the football game that Ty Hertz took a 58-yard run as he bounced it from the far hashes and found some space right in the middle, bounced it all the way to the near numbers, and again was able to get a big score. Another handoff play. Once again to Field, another 4 yards for him, and right now that is all Milbank has done so far is just a steady attack of the run. A majority of the runs have been right up the middle as, again, trying to find some space in that 4-man front of the Vermillion Tanagers, including missing Carter Skogsberg, one of the main defensive linemen. Once again to Field. Field burst through past the 45 and down at the 44. A pickup of 7 yards and another first down. No, wait. Might be coming back as there is a penalty flag down at the 50. As this one is Dean Birchers who throws the penalty flag on the far side. Josh Junker is our main official for this evening. Coach Allmendinger right now is out there on the field wanting an explanation. We have not seen yet the official call. As again, Josh Junker and Dean Birchers are still communicating. Coach Allmendinger with his headset off on the far side. He hasn't gotten a clear explanation, and we are just standing still here at the moment. Finally, it's going to be a penalty called on the Vermillion Tanagers. And it will bring up now second down and 6. Or excuse me, second down and 1 is what will be upcoming. So wipe away the first down that the Bulldogs picked up. Make it second down and 2 as they finally mark the correct spot. Mertens puts Johnson in motion. Hand off to Field. Field once again right up the middle. Picks up 4 yards. And this will be another first down for the Milbank Bulldogs. So Milbank continues to move the football down the field. 8-minute mark here in the first quarter. Huddled together. They have not looked to pass yet. Aiden Fields has carried the ball 24 times. Or excuse me, 5 times for 24 yards. Garrett Mertens has carried the ball once. Johnson in motion once again. Right back to Field, right up the middle. And the Vermillion Tanagers tackle Field forward. A pickup of 2 yards. Second down and 8.
And Milbank's doing nothing fancy, Heath. They're just running straight up the middle, straight dive. They're running Eli Johnson in motion, the wide receiver, and just basically using him as a lead blocker.
Yeah, you mentioned coming in motion every single time. He's coming out this time all the way to in between the hashes in the numbers, but once again in motion. But it's going to be run this way by Mertens as he tried to find some space up the near hashes, but it's going to be tripped up by the linebacker, Ty Hertz, a gain of just 2 yards, and now third down and 6, ball at the 39-yard line. So what can Milbank do here on third down and 6? It is their furthest they've had to go on third down here on this drive. They hand it off to Fields, who finds some space, gets up to about the 35, but he is going to be a yard short and brings up fourth down and 1. Opportunity for the Milbank Bulldogs. They're going to go for it with 6:20 here in the first quarter.
And I like the call, Heath. I mean, they've moved the ball well. They've really moved it. A few yards of play. I don't see why you don't go for it here. I think this is a good call by Coach Allmendinger.
Absolutely agree. This time, though, Mertens is going to go underneath center. The quarterback sneak, he's stuffed, but the second effort, he is propelled forward as he was stuffed there in the backfield, but spun around off to the right and falling forward. Looks like it'll be just enough, depending on the spot, but the refs don't make it favorable. A non-favorable spot for the Milbank Bulldogs, and they're going to bring the chains out. Looking at this closer, I don't think he got it. I think it's going to be just short. Again, the second effort there. Looked like it was going to be enough, but now bringing out the chains, and where the official spotted the football, this looks well short. So the chain gang will come out. 5:56 here in the first quarter, 7-0. Vermillion Tanagers lead it over the Milbank Bulldogs after a successful drive so far where they picked up 4 first downs with the rushing attack. Looks like they're going to be just short, and they will be. Vermillion gets a stand on 4th down and 1. Turnover on downs, and here come the Vermillion Tanagers. Back out on offense as they scored on their opening drive. With, again, a Ty Hertz 58-yard touchdown run.
That's a big stop, Heath. I mean, it looked like initially, yeah, he did get stopped, but then, like you said, on the second effort, it looked like he might have gotten it, but they did mark him short, and big stop for Vermillion. They have a chance to add to this lead.
Ty Hertz comes out the same formation that we saw to open up the football game. 3 wide receivers off to his left side, 2 wide receivers to the near. Shotgun formation as the Tanagers set up camp. 1st down and 10 at the 34. It's going to be a quarterback keeper as he tries to churn his legs, able to get up to about the 37-yard line, a pickup of 3 yards, and make it 2nd down and 7. Vermillion doesn't huddle together. They'll bring in 2 wide receivers to either side. This time, Jeremy Crow will go back behind Ty Hertz at the quarterback position. Ty Hertz is looking off to his left side. Now gets settled down at the 31. Claps his hands together. Looked for the quick screen pass over to zone Robinson. A great block by Larson out there that springs Robinson up past the 50 and wrestled out at the 47-yard line. A pickup of 15 yards and another 1st down.
Great job there, Heath, of just getting the ball out of Ty Hertz's hands right away. They've tried that a couple of times now where he doesn't hold on to the ball long, and I think that's the right call, especially with a young offensive line, like we talked about, some injuries up front. And looks like there's...
Penalty is going to move the Vermillion Tanagers back. It was called late, missed the banana peel out there on the field, so Vermillion's going to have to redo it with the 1st down. Again, reset it now. 2nd down and 9 after the holding penalty. So Vermillion, as we've seen so far this season, has been hurting in the penalty category, get themselves in trouble once again. So now on 2nd down and 9, it's going to be a fake toss to Larson. Hertz keeps it himself, gets popped at the 42, but picks up a nice 7 yards. Bring up a manageable 3rd down and 2 upcoming for the Vermillion Tanagers. So 3rd down and 2, 3 wide receivers off to the left side, 1 to the near side. Shotgun formation with Hertz standing at the 39-yard line. Jeremy Crow, who has yet to get the ball, is right behind him, and there it comes. Crow gets it, finds some space past the 50, and finally gets knocked out of bounds at the 42-yard line. A pickup of 13 yards for Jeremy Crow on his first rush of the night, and Ty Hertz took another big pop on the option play. You can certainly see the Milbank Bulldogs are trying to lay the lick on Ty Hertz tonight. Of course, Vermillion has seen 3 different quarterbacks so far this season, with Hayden Christofferson coming in last week against Lennox. 4:24 here in the first quarter. Vermillion leads it 7-0. Trips off to the left once again. It's going to be a quick pass, this time over to the near side. Slips through the hands of Luke Knudsen. Falls incomplete. and bring up now 2nd down and 10. That's the first incompletion that we have seen of the night. Again, you scribble off the zone Robinson screenplay earlier. So far, Ty Hertz in the ball game is just 1 of 2 in the passing game for 2 yards. But he's gotten it done with his legs. 3 carries for 68 yards. Deuces wild to either side. Shotgun formation standing at the 50. Ty Hertz back to pass once again. The blitz is picked up nicely over the middle, tipped in the air, and dropped by the Milbank Bulldogs. It was right there. Tate Schutler, the sophomore, to hold on to it, but he can't do so after it's tipped in the air, falls incomplete, and will bring up now 3rd down and 10. 3rd down and 10 for the Vermillion Tanagers. Ball at the 44-yard line. Twins to either side once again, with Crow to the left of Hertz. It's going to be 1 in motion. He's going to follow his lead blockers. Trillian Sorrell out in front. Ty Hertz is going to be spun around. He's close to the 1st down marker, but it's going to be coming back with a holding penalty on the Vermillion Tanagers. And it's going to be now 3rd down in forever. It's also the 3rd penalty now on the Vermillion Tanagers. Have yet to see a penalty called against the Milbank Bulldogs. But again, Josh Junker, the head official, was the one who threw the penalty, as I mentioned, a hold call. So now 3 penalties for 25 yards against the Vermillion Tanagers. It's going to march them all the way back past the 50 to the 46-yard line in Tanager territory, and on 3rd down and 20, passing situation upcoming for the Bulldogs. As right now, they're hustling guys in and out, trying to get guys set in the right position. Hertz back to pass once again for Vermillion, looking over the middle. It's a bad read. Miscommunication between him and Zone Robinson. Wasn't put in the right spot. It was tipped in the air for a moment, but again falls incomplete, and will now bring up 4th down and 20, and the Vermillion Tanagers are going to have to punt it away with Luke Knutson.
That was a bad break for Vermillion on that drive. That penalty really hurt them, and they had a very good drive going. They were running the football well, and had some near completions, but just couldn't make it work.
Luke Knutson gets a good spiral punt into this one as it falls inside back past the 20, but caught and running it out, and another penalty flag comes in as this is returned right around the 33-yard line by Jace Johnson, the sophomore for the Milbank Bulldogs. The penalty flag comes right about the 38-yard line, close to where the play ended. Coach Allmendinger is waiting for the call. Has been no official signal yet, and this time it will go against the Milbank Bulldogs. So they were supposed to start 1st down and 10 at the 32. It's going to be marched all the way back to the 22-yard line, where the Bulldogs will set up 1st down and 10. With 3:47 remaining in the first quarter. Again, if you're just tuning in, it was the 2nd play of the game that Ty Hertz took the football 58 yards on a run play, found some space in the defense, and that's how Vermillion leads it 7-0. 1 in motion after a consistent drive of field, just pounding the rock. They go right back to that, a pickup of 2 yards for Aiden Field. Now 8 carries in the football game for 32 yards, bring up 2nd down and 8. Get you score updates from across the state of South Dakota, as right now in Class A, only 1 game is currently ongoing. All the other games set to happen at 7 o'clock this evening, except for the Belle Fourche game, which will be happening tomorrow evening. Johnson in motion once again, fake the handoff in this one, a deep pass. Mertens his first pass of the football game, and this one overthrows his intended tight end. Hansen falls incomplete and will now bring up 3rd down and 8, but good pass play there, just couldn't quite find his intended target, but again, the play action inconsistent for Milbank. Ball is set up at the 23-yard line. Coming in to bring the play in is Garrett Mertens has his team breaking the huddle. This time, we'll see untraditional for the Milbank Bulldogs as they'll split 2 wide receivers off to the near side. Alone in the backfield is Mertens. 5 different wide receivers go out. It's Johnson who came out of the backfield who makes the catch, but he's ushered out of bounds. Great defensive play there by Trillian Sorrell as he's in on the tackle. It is a completion, but just of about 5 yards, let's call it, to again Eli Johnson. And it will bring up 4th down and 3, and the Milbank Bulldogs will have to punt it away.
Yeah, Milbank had chances on that drive and just couldn't connect on the one pass play. Otherwise, they could have still been having the ball, I suppose.
Owen Tesh puts a boot into this one, takes a bounce. Vermillion thought about running up on it. Zone Robinson and Trillian Sorrell let it go when it's finally touched down at the 33-yard line. And it will set up 1st down and 10 for the Vermillion Tanagers, again, who scored on their opening drive. They have not scored since, but lead it 7-0 with 2:19 remaining in the first quarter. So far, it's really been Ty Hertz getting it done in the running game. Again, 3 carries so far for him this evening for 68 yards. Couple passes on the last drive, but again, penalty flags have gotten the Vermillion Tanagers in trouble. Already 3 penalties for 25 yards. Hertz alone in the backfield once again, standing at the 27-yard line. Claps his hands together, tries to find some space on the quarterback keeper up the middle, but bounces it to the near hashes, spins past the 40 before he's clipped at the 42, a pickup of 9 yards, and bring up 2nd down and 1. You can see it instantly, though, the impact that Ty Hertz is having here in the football game with just his athleticism for the Vermillion Tanagers. 3 wide receivers off to the left side. Shotgun formation once again for Ty Hertz, standing at the 36. This time, it's going to be a fake handoff to Jeremy Crow. And again, the read option works nicely as Vermillion gets it down to the 44-yard line. Another 1st down for the Vermillion Tanagers.
Ty Hertz really adding another dimension to this offense. He's just really executing well. He just looks comfortable back there, making his reads, running the football, doing a nice job.
87 yards on just 5 carries so far for Ty Hertz as Vermillion's past the 50 once again. Puts Sorrell in motion, but this time it's going to be a handoff to Jeremy Crow, who picks up about 3 yards or so. Just his 2nd carry of the football game. 2nd down and 7. A long 7 upcoming. 60 seconds and rolling here in this opening stanza of the first quarter. Vermillion leads it 7-0 over the Milbank Bulldogs. Play call still coming in. Finally, Vermillion sets with trips to the left side. Zone Robinson alone at the numbers on the near side. Claps his hands together. They're going to go right over to Zone Robinson, who makes the trusty catch. Tried to make a move around his defender. Couldn't do so. Wrestled down at the 36-yard line. A pickup of 4 yards, and now brings up 3rd down and 4.
And Zone Robinson, that's been his favorite target tonight. We've seen Robinson with a few catches already in the first quarter, and they've just had those quick little hitch routes or out routes, just trying to get the ball out of Hertz's hands, and he's done a nice job of making the correct read so far. And he's missed on a few throws, but he's done a nice job finding Robinson a few times.
And after 1, it is the Vermillion Tanagers that lead it 7-0 over the Milbank Bulldogs. We're back with the second quarter here in 30 seconds on Live Ticket TV.
The innocence of youth. Is there anything any better? But soon they'll be in high school and facing all the same challenges you faced. How to make friends, how to fit in, how to be cool. We want our children to have everything they'll need to live fulfilling and productive lives. Make sure the kids in your family are among the more than 57,000 participants here in South Dakota who take part in high school sports or activities.
Well, Ty Hurts, 49 seconds into this football game, made it his own on a 58-yard rushing touchdown. Ever since then, the Milbank Bulldogs have pounded the rock but have not been able to score. And penalties on the second drive got the Vermillion Tanagers a little bit into trouble. Eventually had to punt it away with Luke Knutson. But here on their third drive of the football game, they are looking to get back on the scoreboard. Again, leading it 7-0 as we're set to start the second quarter. But Ty Hurts in that opening quarter, 5 carries for 87 yards. His passing game, not quite there, has just gone 2 of 5 for 6 yards. But here on now 3rd down and 3, can Vermillion pick up the first down? Twins to either side. Now 1 in motion. It's a low snap, but they're going to hand it off to the power back, Jeremy Crow, who pushes his way forward to pick up a 5 yards and a first down for the Vermillion Tanagers. And Jacob, a great pickup on 3rd down and 3 to open up this second quarter.
It was, and that was a nice job with Ty Hurts making the read there to Jeremy Crow. And again, we talked about this in the pregame. Crow needs to be able to take some of that pressure off of Hurts, and he's done that with the few runs he's had.
Hurts in shotgun formation once again, trips off to the far side. Back to pass now is Ty Hurts. He's looking over to Zone Robinson. Robinson climbed the ladder, young man. Touchdown, Zone Robinson. Looking that way the entire time was Ty Hurts, and on a 32-yard touchdown connection, Vermillion now leads it 13-0 over the Milbank Bulldogs on a big touchdown to Zone Robinson of 32 yards. And Luke Knutson is on to kick the extra point. And just as they started the first quarter, they start the second quarter, but with a missed extra point, Vermillion leads it nonetheless 13-0 over the Milbank Bulldogs. We're going to step aside. We're back here in just a moment here on Live Ticket TV.
Stone canyons, flowing waterfalls, and pristine beauty make Spearfish a sanctuary for those seeking the ultimate escape. Outdoor enthusiasts will find top-notch sport climbing, mountain biking, and UTV OHV trails. Guests are steps away from peaceful hiking trails and tranquil streams. Relax and rehash your day's adventure at one of our award-winning local breweries. Finding rest is an important part of any adventure. Lodging in Spearfish comes with a variety of choices, from cabins, B&Bs, and campgrounds to the comforts of your popular brand-name hotels. To find your unique adventure in Spearfish, go to visitspearfish.com now.
Well, as you check out this replay here, a 32-yard touchdown reception as Zone Robinson flexes the muscles. Welcome back to Live Ticket TV along with Jacob Wartz and Cole Larsh. I'm Heath Nimke. The Vermillion Tanagers, hey, we're looking for some offense. We're looking for a W here inside the Dakota Dome, and that is exactly what the Vermillion Tanagers have opened up to start the first quarter and the second quarter. As Vermillion, just 49 seconds into the football game, scored, and now just 36 seconds into the second quarter have also scored. Luke Knutson puts in another touchback, his second of the ball game, and now the Milbank Bulldogs, Jacob, really need to find some offense. It seems like this is a reoccurring theme if you're Milbank right now.
Yeah, and they've had some good drives early on. We saw that in the first quarter. They've had some decent yardage on the plays that they ran. They didn't throw the ball a whole lot in the first quarter, only a couple of times, and they even had chances at those. And so we've seen Milbank have success early on in this game. They've ran the ball pretty effectively, but just have not been able to make the plays that they've needed to make to stay in this football game offensively.
13-0 11-24 here in the second quarter. And this one, Garrett Mertens is going to start with the quarterback keeper. He picks up a yard, give him 2, bring up 2nd down and 8. Garrett Mertens has been quiet so far here in the ball game, just 3 carries for 13 yards. And he's 1 of 2 in the passing game for 5 yards. Of course, Jacob, you mentioned that you really wanted to watch and focus on him to see how he would be doing. And right now, he has yet to really get things going for the Milbank Bulldogs, who take their time breaking the huddle. 10:45 here in the second quarter. Again, Milbank has only scored 12 points so far this season, a touchdown apiece. And they're going to try to go to field as he bounces it out, but one misses. And then Eli Johnson is covered up by the cavalry that comes in response. It's going to be a loss of 3 yards and now bring up 3rd down and 12.
Vermillion doing a nice job on these first couple of plays, really stuffing the run. Milbank now with a 3rd down and long, and they're going to be looking to probably try to air this one out. They obviously, like you said, they've only thrown the ball twice in this game, both times in the first quarter, and they're going to have to look to air this one out most likely on this play.
Mertens coming into the game, 11 of 24. Right now, 1 of 2 for just 5 yards if the passing play is the option here, as he does have just 1 wide receiver split off to the near side. But again, 3 wide receivers, false start there, as jumping just a little too soon was one of his guys in the backfield. I believe that time getting the early start was Tate Schutler. So move it back 5 yards on the false start and now bring up 3rd down and 17. If it wasn't obvious that they were about to throw the football, it's even more clear now. Looks like it's cowgirl night here for the student section in Vermillion. See a lot of cowboy hats and flannels on, as certainly the student section has had some great football to cheer about so far. 13-0, 9:25 here in the second quarter. Mertens in shotgun formation, standing at his 8-yard line. Back to pass. He's looking over to the far side, now has to step up in the pocket, has plenty of room, but keeping his eyes downfield. Now going to try to outrun Ty Hertz. He's not able to do so, and this is a big tackle. Mertens did cross the line of scrimmage there, and that's when he caught himself up in. He all of a sudden realized that he had crossed, only able to pick up 3 yards, and now brings up 4th down and 14. And having to punt it away once again are the Milbank Bulldogs. But Ty Hertz, not only offensively but defensively, Jacob, he has certainly made a big impact.
He has. He's been an absolute threat on both sides of the ball.
And now a bad punt as this comes off the outside of the foot there for Owen Tesh. It will roll out at the 32-yard line, and Vermillion will set up in perfect territory here on their second possession of this second quarter, where they just cashed in on a 32-yard touchdown pass to Zone Robinson. The officials are going to make it at the 35, so setting up 1st down and 10. Vermillion will bring trips off to the far side. Again, Zone Robinson alone at the numbers on the near side. Hertz in shotgun formation as he claps his hands together. They're going to hand it off to Crow, who finds some space, runs over one of his own linemen as he pushes his way up to the 35-yard line. A pickup of 5 yards. 2nd down and 5.
Crow had a nice hole there, Heath, to kind of bust through and get a few yards there. And this Vermillion offensive line has done a nice job at times of creating holes for Crow and Hertz to run through. 2nd down and 5. Ball at the 30-yard line for the Vermillion Tanagers. This time trips to the near side, but they go right back to Crow as he takes kind of a hop there, gets tangled up, eventually tackled there by Aiden Field, gets to the 28-yard line, so now bring up a 3rd down and 2, but 2 run plays featured to the workhorse running back of Jeremy Crow. Deuces wild to either side with Ty Hertz and Jeremy Crow back behind him.
Hurts claps his hands together. It's going to be a quarterback keeper, and Hurts does a great job of just following Jeremy Crow, the running back, through the hole. And it's going to be plenty enough for a first down, a pickup of 4 yards for the Vermillion Tanagers. So now Vermillion will set up just outside the red zone. Ball at the 23-yard line. 7:08 here in the second quarter. It's 13-0. The Vermillion Tanagers on top of the Milbank Bulldogs. Trips to the near side, but they're going to go right back again to Jeremy Crow, who's just taking over on this drive. Pushes his way up to about the 19-yard line. Now they're going to mark out the 20, a pickup of 3 yards, 2nd down and 7. 6 carries for 32 yards now for Jeremy Crow. Vermillion has entered inside the red zone. Ty Hurts with a rushing touchdown and a passing touchdown. Has 3 wide receivers off to his far side. He's going to quickly look that way as well. It's caught and hit immediately is Braden Bickett. Bickett picks up nothing on the reception and will now bring up 3rd down and 7 for the Vermillion Tanagers. What does Vermillion come up with the ball spotted just outside the red zone? Ty Hurts coming in, finally gets settled, marked at the 26-yard line where he is standing with his back foot on the 27. Claps his hands together, quickly over to zone Robinson, but this one falls incomplete and will now bring up 4th down and 7. The question is, do we see Luke Knutson? And it looks like Vermillion is going to keep their offense out there on 4th down and 7, 5:43 here remaining before halftime. And don't forget, coming up at halftime, we have our Vermillion Boosters conversation as we'll catch up with the quarterback's dad, Mr. Hurts, and also Kelly Fishbach of the cross-country team will join us here at halftime as well. Trips to the near side, shotgun formation for Hurts. Back to pass. He scrambles over to the near numbers. Looking downfield, he's going to throw it. Interception as he was trying to get it to Sorrell. This one about as good as maybe what would have been just a high punt in the air, but an interception for Ty Hurts. Milbank, though, not great starting field position, will set up camp 1st down and 10 at the 7-yard line.
Yeah, not a good possession there for Vermillion. They just couldn't quite get anything moving offensively there. They just looked a little out of sync, and a nice play by the one Milbank defender on that screen pass to blow up that play, and just couldn't quite get what they wanted on that possession.
Let's see if Milbank can dig themselves out of their own shadow of the end zone. Field is tackled about the 15-yard line as the football came out late there. They're going to mark him at the 14, so a pickup of 7 yards, and now bring up 2nd down and 3. That is Aiden Field's first carry of this second quarter. Total of 9 carries for 39 yards so far for him here in the ball game. And now on 2nd down, a quick play that results in a gain of about 2 yards. So now 3rd down and 1 upcoming for the Milbank Bulldogs. Shotgun formation for Mertens. They're going to hand it, though, off to Field as he is met close to the line of scrimmage. I don't think he got it, Jacob. It's going to bring up 4th down.
Yeah, they're going to mark him short, and it's be interesting to see what Coach Allmendinger does here. And it looks like he's probably going to bring the punt team out.
A good decision, because if you don't pick it up, you give Vermillion the football already inside the red zone. Even though you're down 13-0, you do still have a whole entire second half in front of you. Clock rolling at 4:08 remaining here in the first half. A bad punt last time by Tesh that came on the outside of his foot. Takes his time, finally gets this one away, takes a bounce, gets past Sorrell, keeps on rolling, and finally goes out of bounds at the 43-yard line. How key is this to not only score for the Vermillion Tanagers, but also to waste the rest of the clock here before halftime?
Oh, this is a key drive in this football game right now. Just under 4 minutes left, and you have all your timeouts, so you can. I mean, the playbook's open here. You can run anything. They've done a nice job of running the football, and Ty Hertz has made some completions. He's had some difficult throws at times, but overall, you can open up your playbook here.
As Hertz now puts Crow off to the near side of him. Shotgun formation once again. It's the read option. They're going to fake it to Crow. Ty Hertz keeps it himself. Ty Hertz finds some space on the far sideline before he finally slips out of bounds. Crashes hard. Again, that is with Kalit's slippery cement over there. He was finally taken out at about the 35-yard line. A pickup of 18 yards for Ty Hertz, and with that now is officially over 100 yards rushing. In fact, 118 so far here in the ball game on just 7 carries. Trips to the far side once again as Ty Hertz is in shotgun formation. Hands it off to Jeremy Crow, who tries to find some space up the middle, about a yard or so. 2nd down and 9. Jacobs certainly want to get Crow going here in this football game, as he's had only 7 carries for 33 yards.
Absolutely, and he's had some decent runs in this first half already, and that has opened up Ty Hertz, and we saw that on the last play when Hertz had the big run.
Ball at the 34-yard line, 3:15 remaining here in the first half. Hertz now puts Sorrell in motion. It's going to be a quarterback keeper, and it gets right back to the line of scrimmage. Hertz does. So now bring up 3rd down and 9. Again, ball is at the 34-yard line. Tanagers trying to pick up a 1st down here on this drive, leading it 13-0 over the Milbank Bulldogs. They have scored on their opening possessions of the first and second quarter. Back to pass is Hertz. He finds his wide receiver zone, Robinson, who catches it and then is nailed immediately. Caught, though, at the 30-yard line. Just a pickup of 4 yards for Zone Robinson. And it looks like Vermillion will use the timeout here. So, Jacob, what's the conversation if you're head coach Tom O'Boyle in trying to get this 1st down with 2:22 remaining before halftime, or are you looking to punt it away?
It's a tough decision because you're kind of in no man's land here at the 30-yard line. It's a little too short for a punt, and yet you're far enough away where it would be a long field goal. I wouldn't be surprised if Coach O'Boyle goes for this at 4th and about 5. I think what you need to do here is try to get Hertz either rolling out of the pocket to where he has that option to run. I think you need to run some sort of RPO type play here. He's got the athleticism. He can get 5 yards on a 4th down play, but he can also get the ball out of his hands quickly if he needs to. I think that is the best bet. Keep it in Hertz's hands here and see what he can do.
13-0 with 2:22 remaining here before halftime. Vermillion facing a 4th down and 5 with the ball at the 30-yard line. Tom O'Boyle has since stepped away from the huddle, but is now coming back in just to hear what the communication is. The officials step in and say, all right, gentlemen, time to return to football action. What does Vermillion draw up as they bring back out the offense, which was expected with Milbank unsuccessful in moving the football so far tonight? It will put 3 wide receivers to the far side, shotgun formation for Ty Hertz with Jeremy Crow right behind him, standing at the 37-yard line. Hertz needs 5. Back to pass, goes to zone Robinson. It's tipped, but then dropped. It was tipped by the defensive back and quarterback, Garrett Mertens. It then found the hands of Zone Robinson, but he was unable to hold on to it, falls incomplete, and a turnover on downs. The Milbank Bulldogs will take over first down and 10, ball at the 30-yard line with 2:18 remaining here in the first half, and a full set of timeouts as well. And for the Milbank Bulldogs, a team that likes to huddle every single time, they like to be methodical in their play calling, will need 70 yards at least if they want a touchdown. Johnson in motion. They're going to go to Johnson as he tries to turn it upfield, able to do so for 5 yards, bring up second down and 5. So for Milbank, again, needing to move quickly, Coach Allmendinger is showing it as well, telling his guys to hurry here. 1:55 as that clock continues to slip away. Trips off to the far side. Back to pass is Mertens as he's hit as he throws, falls incomplete. Third down and 5 upcoming. And just the third pass of the football game as well for Garrett Mertens. Again, so far here, he is 1 of 3 for 5 yards. On third down and 5, well, you like trying to score if you're the Milbank Bulldogs, but certainly don't want to give it back to the Vermillion Tanagers with this much time on the clock as well. If Milbank does come out with a run play, I would expect a timeout called quickly if Milbank doesn't pick up a first down. Mertens back to pass once again. He has pressure, steps up in the pocket, finds his target wide open as making the catch is Johanna Awanga, and he is up to the 47-yard line. A pitch and catch of 12 yards. And a first down for the Milbank Bulldogs as the clock stops for a moment to reset the chains, and now rolling again. 90 seconds and ticking away, but now Coach Allmendinger needs a timeout. We'll step aside and take the timeout with them. We're back in 30 seconds here on Live Ticket TV.
Agriculture is like no other business, which makes Farm Credit Services of America like no other lender. Owned by the farmers and ranchers we serve, our customers have a voice in how we work, a stake in what we do, and share in our success. Discover a lender that works for you at Farm Credit Services of America.
First down and 10 with 1:28 remaining here in the first half. Milbank's Bulldogs have it at the 47-yard line. Milbank hasn't been able to do much with their offense, mainly coming in the running game, but right now with 2 timeouts remaining for the Bulldogs, they need to start relying a whole lot more on their passing, where they are just 2 of 4 for 17 yards. And now a drop ball. Mertens has to pick it up. He shakes off one defender and is eventually able to make a broken play into something as he picks up 4 yards. And he'll make it second down and 6 for the Milbank Bulldogs. Quickly, Milbank gets back over the football. Spot just beyond the 50 at the 49. Mertens back to pass, throws it in a triple coverage, and this one is intercepted. Coming up with the interception there, this time for the Vermillion Tanagers, is Connor Peterson, the sophomore defensive back, and Vermillion, with 56 seconds remaining here before halftime, have an opportunity to strike once again. We'll see what Tom O'Boyle and the offense can draw up. Again, Vermillion does have 2 timeouts remaining. This time we're going to see a new quarterback as Hayden Christofferson is in at quarterback. Hayden back to pass. He's going deep, trying to get to Zone Robinson. This one tipped, and it's going to be dropped. Trying to go to Zone Robinson. This one falls incomplete. Bring up now second down and 10. But again, now seeing the freshman quarterback, Hayden Christofferson, in for the Vermillion Tanagers. And I'm not quite for sure, of course, you're inside the Dakota Dome. Can't necessarily see the Vermillion Tanagers on the near sideline. Handoff this time, though, to Jeremy Crow as Crow finds some space. He's going to pick up a nice first down on the 11-yard carry, get up to the 41-yard line, bring up first down and 10 with now 43 seconds remaining here before halftime. Officially marked it at the 42. Again, Hayden Christofferson remains the quarterback out there for the Vermillion Tanagers. 2 wide receivers set to either side. It's the run option, and this time you see the freshman make a huge mistake. He needed to keep that one on the RPO, but instead hands it off to Jeremy Crow, who's hit in the backfield. A loss of 6 yards, and it looks like Vermillion, if they go quickly, can run maybe another play, but they're not going to do so. And that will be the end of the first half, where right now at halftime, the Vermillion Tanagers, they lead it 13-0 over the Milbank Bulldogs. Coming up here at halftime, we're going to see if we can't catch up with head coach of the cross-country teams, Kelly Fischbach, and also catch up with the Vermillion Boosters and Dave Hertz. That is all on the way here on the Live Ticket TV halftime show.
This This is what matters. This is beyond X's and O's. This is the difference mutual respect makes. This is what character looks like. This is what defines us in South Dakota. This is sportsmanship. School sports, it's not the outcome that matters most, but the way the games are played. This message presented by the South Dakota High School Activities Association and the South Dakota Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association.
Farmers know crop insurance is essential for managing risk. It's also valuable for maximizing revenue. The crop insurance officers at Farm Credit Services of America have proprietary tools and expertise to deliver the personalized crop and revenue protection you need for the peace of mind you want. Nobody delivers crop insurance like this. Discover the difference by calling 800-884-FARM. Agriculture works here.
Well, at halftime, it's the Vermillion Tanagers who have gotten off to a great start here, scoring on their opening possessions of the first and second quarter. They lead it 13-0 over the Milbank Bulldogs. We'll take a look at our first half statistics coming up here in just a little bit, but right now joined with the cross-country coach, Kelly Fischbach. And Coach Kelly, what a great start to your season this has been. I remember we caught up a year ago, and we talked so much about a young squad of 8th graders, freshmen in there. They have grown up so much in such little time, it seems like. How has the season been so far for the crew, for both the boys and the girls?
Really good, and like I said, sometimes I still forget that they're just freshmen, but let's go with the girls first. the top 3 girls there have been there, and they run in a pack, which is really nice.
Yeah.
We got to work on that a little bit more, but they're really doing a great job. We've been led by Callie Radigan, who's a freshman, and she's got a great bloodline with her mom. But we don't try to bring that up to her too much. But she's coming into her own on her own rights, and she's just run really tough. She just goes out and runs. She's just got a great motor on her and just goes. And then Lydia Anderson, another freshman. And then Taylor Barta, who's been our leader the last couple of years, and she kind of got banged up playing softball this summer, so she's just now getting back into shape where she wants to be. And it was hard on her that first meet, and she's kind of down on herself. And it's like, Haley, you're 15th out of the whole group. It's okay. Most people would be tickled pink to be there. And then Olivia Formasano, another freshman, is our 4th scorer right now. But those girls have done great. They finished 2nd in the Beersford meet out of 16 teams behind Sioux Falls Christian. So, the public school, we do okay. And then we ran at the Augie Twilight last Friday night, and it's scored as a AA meet, so we only took the 4 girls. But they ran well. They did not get out as well as they should have, but they worked their way back up. They had to run really hard to get to where they needed to be, but they did a great job. And then we went to Canton on Tuesday night, and the girls won. Callie was 2nd. Lyd was 3rd, and then Taylor was 4th, and then Olivia finished 13th. So they really, really did a nice job running. It's a pretty good field there. T and West Central and Dakota Valley all running well on the girls' side.
It's been a great start for the girls so far. What about for the boys? I know another youthful team, maybe not as much success, but what about the boys so far?
Well, they're doing okay. They weren't great right out of the box in Beersford, but they were good. And we were close to within 5 points of the teams in our region. So we're like, okay, we're okay. And then last week they came out and they really ran well at Augie. Joel Dahlhoff had a fantastic race. Henry Anderson, probably his most complete race that I've seen him run, and that's good to see. Jacob Chasing Hawk got us out great, went out maybe a little too hard, but that's all right. But he's learning how to do that. They were good. Hunter Morse running well for us. And then Emery Bonsack. Jack Freeberg's been a little banged up. We didn't run him last week or Tuesday night. We're hoping to have Blackjack back on Tuesday when we go to Sioux Falls Christian. And then Tuesday when we went to Canton, so we were shorthanded. We had Joel and Henry were playing soccer, and Jack was out. So we're like, okay, we're a little shorthanded. So Frankie Orr comes and runs. It's just his 2nd varsity race, and he did great. Finished 17th for us, so his first medal as a varsity guy, so that was fun. And Jacob Chasing Hawk, great race on Tuesday. He got 2nd behind Joe Cross out of Elk Point, who's a fantastic runner. But Seahawk put together his best complete race. He sometimes gets tired and he wobbles all over the place, but he was straight up and down, and it's always good when the other coaches are coming up and say, boy, Jacob really looked good. And Emery looked good, Emery Bonsack and Hunter Morse, but we squeaked out a 1-point victory, and so we swept the team titles there. But try to tell those guys that it's important that just, let's say that 1 point, one runner not finishing strong makes a difference. It's like any one of you guys not do your job, we finish 2nd there. So hopefully they learn from that, and we'll come back here at full strength Tuesday.
As you continue on for the rest of the season, what are you looking for? How do you continue to keep pressing on the success you've had so far?
I say the girls got to keep going. Maybe looking to bring steal a couple from the soccer team as we go on here. Maybe trying to convince Janaea Cleveland, who ran on that 4x8 squad that set the school record, and 7th grader Taylor Roovers. Convince them. And then Chandler Cleveland, she's like, I don't know if I can go that far, but she's a competitor, so we're trying to talk them into going to Alcester with us in a week or so. Boys squad, just get Jack back healthy and running with some confidence will be huge for us. Jolie keeping those soccer guys healthy be good. Henry can continue to run with confidence, and those guys need to run in that pack too, and they just have to have the confidence to go out with those top guys. They tend to let them get ahead, and then we just maintain that same distance. If they go out with them, you're going to be right in that top pack, and hopefully we can get that through their thick heads.
Coach Kelly, thank you so much. As always, appreciate it. Have success in the rest of the season,
we
all
hope
right?
so. Thanks a bunch.
There she is. Coach Kelly here with the cross-country team talking about some huge success they have seen so far this season, especially with those girls. And again, such a young team. If you don't get or haven't had that chance yet, make sure you go out, support the cross-country team, and check out what they're able to do. All right, coming up next, I have to ask him a very special question to open things up. Dave Hertz is on the way next for the Vermillion Boosters to talk about exactly what's going on with the raffle. That's on the way in 60 seconds here on Live Ticket TV.
We hope you are all enjoying the student productions of your school. Tonight's event and every event produced by your school during the school year are created, filmed, and produced by the students you love to follow and support. Become a booster of your school's live event coverage by becoming a sponsor. It's a great way to show your support of the athletes and students in your community. As a sponsor, you'll get great visibility for your business, organization, or family by supporting the live productions of your school.
The innocence of youth. Is there anything any better? But soon they'll be in high school and facing all the same challenges you faced. How to make friends, how to fit in, how to be cool. We want our children to have everything they'll need to live fulfilling and productive lives. Make sure the kids in your family are among the more than 57,000 participants here in South Dakota who take part in high school sports or activities.
Here at halftime right now as Dance Inferno has taken the field. Vermillion leads it 13-0 here against the Milbank Bulldogs. And now we get into our Vermillion Booster conversation as they have a great raffle that is ongoing. Just got this underway a few days ago. But first, I have to ask the question. Dave, how excited? Walk me through as a dad. You see your son, second play of the football game, his first time in this season, takes it 58 yards for a touchdown. How proud of a dad are you?
Yeah, you should have done it on the first play, but you know how that goes. Second play, no, I mean, the kids all played great. It's nice to see everybody going. I was a little concerned with Carter Skogsberg out because he's such a key player. I mean, I could just tell last week when the second half rolled around, the kids played great the whole game. But that second half without Carter in there was a big deal. So I'm glad to see everybody stepping up and playing well, and it's nice to have some offense on the board. Yep, and our defense is playing stellar. So.
Exactly. Talk about the offense, which has struggled at points here so far tonight. But as we mentioned, good to have a halftime lead of 13-0. Well, Dave, Vermillion Boosters have quite a bit going on right now. A raffle currently ongoing. What is the raffle that the Vermillion Boosters have?
Well, this year what we're doing, it's $10 for a ticket. I think you get 3 or 4 tickets for $25. They give you a better deal on if you buy some more tickets. So get out there, buy some tickets for the raffle. It's a great thing to sponsor the Booster Club. We do a lot for the Tanagers. So get out there and buy some raffle tickets. We're giving away a season parking pass at the high school. So if you win this raffle, then you can park right in front of the high school for all the activity games there. There's a cooler and a bunch of Tanager gear. And most important of the whole thing is come out and support the Tanager Booster Club because they really do a lot to help the sports.
So you've made a lot of improvements over the past few years. I know this has been one of those years that you guys said you were going to take a step back and maybe not do as many improvements, but always looking for memberships. How do people get involved in memberships?
You know, with the memberships, you can go right online, gotanagers.com, and they have it set up this year with some new members that came in and got on the board. You can sign up right online and you can pay right online and do all that stuff. And they got the different membership levels on how much you want to sponsor and what you can get. All that's listed on their website. They do a really good job.
And are there any new improvements in the works that you guys have been thinking about?
Oh, yeah. We're always got stuff going on. You know, like this year, we're trying to finish the big stuff up. I mean, the soccer field was the big thing this year. You know, we went out and regraded that whole soccer field. I think the school stuck in some money too, but the Booster Club paid for a good chunk of that, and it was like an $80,000 project. Wow. You know, so we did the football field last year, resodded that, got irrigation in there now, so we don't have to drag the hoses around. And then we did that to the soccer field this year too, regraded that, put some drainage in, and also irrigated that so you don't have to drag hoses around, and hopefully that'll keep the Gophers out of there too. So,
well, fingers crossed. But it's been great to see what you guys have been able to do as Vermillion Boosters, helping support the Vermillion Tanagers and just continue to make those improvements. And Let's go cheer on the Tanagers.
Yeah, no, I think the second half's going to be a good one. You know, it's nice to see everybody's back and playing, and hopefully we get Skogsburg back next week ready to roll. And I think we'll have a good season, get everybody healthy and ready to play.
How many more touchdowns are we going to see?
I'm hoping to score 2 more. Be awesome. And the defense, I think they can hold them. I mean, I just saw the line. They were pushing and pushing and pushing, and now our lines, he's come up with something to kind of hold them, because Milbank was marching the ball, and now we that second quarter, we kind of stopped them. So
should be exciting. Dave,
all right. Hey, thanks, Heath.
As always, appreciate it.
Yep.
There is Dave Hertz here on the Live Ticket halftime show. We're going to step aside, and we're back with your first half statistics. That's on the way next here on Live Ticket TV.
Lime Limestone canyons, flowing waterfalls, and pristine beauty make Spearfish a sanctuary for those seeking the ultimate escape. Outdoor enthusiasts will find top-notch sport climbing, mountain biking, and UTV OHV trails. Guests are steps away from peaceful hiking trails and tranquil streams. Relax and rehash your day's adventure at one of our award-winning local breweries. Finding rest is an important part of any adventure. Lodging in Spearfish comes with a variety of choices, from cabins, B&Bs, and campgrounds to the comforts of your popular brand-name hotels. To find your unique adventure in Spearfish, go to visitspearfish.com now.
Agriculture is like no other business, which makes Farm Credit Services of America like no other lender. Owned by the farmers and ranchers we serve, our customers have a voice in how we work, a stake in what we do, and share in our success. Discover a lender that works for you at Farm Credit Services of America.
(13-0) here at halftime. The Vermillion Tanagers lead it over the Milbank Bulldogs. Once again, big thank you to Kelly Fishbach, the head cross-country coach for both the boys and the girls, and also Dave Hertz for catching up with us for the Vermillion Boosters here at halftime. Right now, let's quickly look over the numbers for the Vermillion Tanagers so far in the passing game tonight. Ty Hertz has been 5 of 11 for 42 yards, a 32-yard touchdown pass, and also an interception for him tonight, but he's really gotten it done with his legs. 8 carries for 119 yards, including a 58-yard rushing touchdown. Jeremy Crow has also carried it 9 times for 38 yards tonight for the Vermillion Tanagers. For the Milbank Bulldogs in the passing game, of course, we expected it to be quiet. It has been exactly that. Just 2 of 4 for 17 yards as Garrett Mertens. Aiden Field had a big first quarter, carrying the ball 8 times for 32 yards, but was held in check in that second quarter, a total of just 11 carries for 41 yards for him tonight. Also, Garrett Mertens has had 5 carries for 20 yards for the Milbank Bulldogs. And that is a look at your first half numbers, as again, Vermillion at halftime leads it 13-0. Bring back in Jacob Wartz again. And Jacob, we look at so far what we've seen in this first half. It's been a much improvement with Ty Hertz back in at the quarterback position. But for the Milbank Bulldogs, what do they need to do to get right to get on the scoreboard here in this second half?
Well, I think the big thing is they need to finish drives offensively. We saw that in the first quarter. They had some nice drives. They were able to just run the football very effectively with Aiden Field. And even Mertens at times running the ball. I think you got to be able to finish drives. You got to be able to finish plays. And there was for their first drive, they just went right down the field on Vermillion, and they just got stopped on a 4th and 1 on a quarterback sneak. And you got to be able to finish that. You got to be able to get that first down and move the chains. And because they were moving the ball very effectively on that drive, and there were a few other drives that they had where they started to move the football, and then whether it was maybe a penalty or two or just some missed blocks, missed assignments on offense, and they just could not finish. I think they're doing the right things for the most part. They just need to be able to finish drives, and there's been a few plays here and there where they're a yard short or an inch short or whatever you want to say, and they're just coming up short on drives when they can. They've definitely proven that they can move the football.
They've certainly proven it. The question is, can they finish it now? As Vermillion is set to kick off, as we are about underway to get our second half started again. An earlier kickoff tonight at 6:10. We're just past an hour old inside the Dakota Dome. Of course, the reason for the earlier kickoff tonight was volleyball ongoing at the University of South Dakota, of course, right next to us at the SCSC. They were set to play at 7 o'clock this evening. Of course, another big headline from that volleyball game tonight was it was the first time that after the Board of Regents approved it this past summer, alcohol could be sold at sporting events. So that was featured tonight. And, of course, it's going to be very interesting to see how that goes for USD football. Of course, they're on the road in Missoula, Montana this week before they return home for their home opener against Cal Poly, the USD football team, coming up next weekend. Again, a rushing touchdown and a passing touchdown from Ty Hertz has the Vermillion Tanagers leading as we're set to start the second half, 13-0. We'll get you some score updates from Class 11A here in just a moment as a few games are currently underway. Right now, we'll see if the defense can't keep this goose egg on the scoreboard. Luke Knutson has it teed up, back to return for the Milbank Bulldogs, include Braylon Brescher along with Eli Johnson. And this one is going to be returned by the Bulldogs. It's the first time we haven't seen a touchback here in the football game for Luke Knutson. It's returned to about the 25-yard line. Well, Milbank will set up first down and 10. Again, it was an opening drive that featured nothing but Aiden Field before he was finally held in check. And on a quarterback sneak, the Milbank Bulldogs were not able to pick up a first down. They really haven't had a very consistent drive since that opening mark. As we see a couple players run in late, Milbank finally has their offense set as Garrett Mertens, the quarterback, was one of those two players that ran in late for the Milbank Bulldogs. In shotgun formation, standing at his own 20-yard line, they're going to go right back to Aiden Field, and here comes Roz Baylor. The big bear wrestles down Field in the background, a loss of a yard, bring up second down and 11.
And that's something we didn't see a whole lot in the first half. We saw Milbank. They were able to, again, move the football effectively, running the ball, and we just didn't see Vermillion get a ton of push, a little bit at times, but overall, Milbank's offensive line had done a nice job in the first half, so a great adjustment up front there by Vermillion.
And now this time it will be the options as Mertens will cut it upfield, which eliminates the pitch play as he ran away from his running back that time. Picks up 3 yards, but now brings up third down and 8, and this is a crucial moment already to start the second half, Jacob, here for the Milbank Bulldogs.
Oh, it is. This is not what you wanted to see here. If you're Coach Allmendinger coming out of the half, you'd hope to make some adjustments up front and try to move the football, continue to move the football effectively like they had in the first half, but now you're in a third and long right away.
Trips to the near side. Back to pass is Mertens, but the pressure is on. Here come the Tanagers, and it will be a team sack as getting in there on the sack were a few different players, including Jackson Heine was in there. And it looks like Cooper Riesler was in there. No, excuse me, that was Dane Richardson, the freshman who was in there for the big sack. A loss of 7 yards for Garrett Mertens, and having to punt it away once again are the Milbank Bulldogs with right now Owen Tesh at his own 5. This time gets a good boot into it, goes right to Trillian Sorrell, who's going to return it. right down the far sideline. A good return for Sorrell as he's finally knocked out of bounds just inside the 30. Going to be pushed out at the 26. So Vermillion will set up in great territory on 1st down and 10. Again, they have scored touchdowns on their opening drives of the first and second quarter. Let's see if they can't keep that script right now remaining the same and see if they can't score here on the opening drive of the second half. One in motion as Hurts will hand off to Jeremy Crow. He's just going to usher his way right into the pile. A pickup of 2 yards, 2nd down and 8.
If you're Vermillion right now, Heath, this is a good opportunity to just go out and stick another touchdown on the board. You got great field position off the punt return. Inside the 25-yard line of Milbank, you got this Milbank team backed up. You need to go get another score and really put this thing on ice for Milbank.
9:29 and moving here in the 3rd quarter. This time the RPO, it's going to be Hurts who keeps it himself, spins by one defender, but he's tripped up and falls down at the 12-yard line. A pickup of 12 yards and 1st down and 10 for the Vermillion Tanagers. Ty Hurts, 9 carries, 131 yards, and the rushing attack. Again, if you thought you missed out on Ty Hurts, the answer is yes, you did. Shotgun formation, ball at the 12-yard line, trips off to the left side. Hurts claps his hands together. Back to pass, looks over to Zone Robinson as this one's a little high. Jacob Hurts' passing game hasn't necessarily been consistent so far tonight.
No, it hasn't, and we've seen a few passes like that where he either short arms it or he's a little high. And that time he was a little high with Zone Robinson, and boy, that one could have been picked off and heading the other way. The Milbank defender there, not sure who that was, but he could still be running right now if he had caught that ball.
Trips to the far side once again, but this time Crow going to be shifted to the right side as we see it on our camera view. Ty Hurts claps his hands together. The RPO, Hurts is going to keep it to the 5. Hurts lunges, no signal yet, and they call it touchdown. Ty Hurts on the 12-yard run picks up his 2nd rushing touchdown. The officials waited for a moment, finally got together. It's a big touchdown for the Vermillion Tanagers. They now lead it 19-0 over the Milbank Bulldogs, and the script continues for Vermillion, scoring on their opening possession of now the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd quarter. And with 8:39, the Luke Knutson extra point is off to the left once again, no good, but Vermillion now leads it 19-0 over the Milbank Bulldogs. We're back in just a moment here on Live Ticket TV.
This is what matters. This is beyond X's and O's. This is the difference mutual respect makes. This is what character looks like. This is what defines us in South Dakota. This is sportsmanship. School sports, it's not the outcome that matters most, but the way the games are played. This message presented by the South Dakota High School Activities Association and the South Dakota Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association.
Back here on Live Ticket TV, Ty Hurts fakes the RPO, gets tripped up and lunges like Superman. The officials waited for the longest of times before they finally called it a touchdown for the Vermillion Tanagers. A 12-yard run for Ty Hurts, his 3rd touchdown of the ball game, as you see it there on Live Ticket TV with the instant replay. And Vermillion, after another missed extra point, leads it 19-0 with 8:39 remaining here in the 3rd quarter. And Luke Knutson has it squared up once again, puts a big boot into this one. Johansson's going to catch it right there at the goal line. He is going to return it, runs it off to the far sideline, finding some space, and is finally knocked out of bounds at the 26-yard line. First down and 10. And Jacob, this is a big moment right now for the Milbank Bulldogs. If they want to have a chance at winning, they need to score here.
You're exactly right, Heath. This is a big hole that they're going to have to climb out of. This offense is not built to come from behind. This is an offense that is built to get ahead and then just chew clock and chew time of possession. And when you get down like this, when you're a team like Milbank that just runs the ball methodically, that's going to be hard for a team like that to try to come back, but they're going to have to try something.
Ball spotted at the 29-yard line. They hand it off to Field, and this time a great push by the offensive line. It's a pickup of 10 yards for Field. Just his second carry here of the third quarter. He's carried the football now 13 times for 50 yards, but that was a push of 10 yards. And Vermillion doesn't again want to give up a big score, would like to keep this goose egg on the scoreboard right now. As now Johnson in motion, go right back to Field once again. This time Field takes the linebacker Bickett with him, picks up 3 yards, second down and 7.
And we've seen that throughout the night, Heath. You know, they run the ball with Field. He gets good yardage. We saw that on the first down play there, on the first play of this drive, and even on this drive, or this previous play here, he gets 3 yards. And we've seen that throughout the night where Milbank's been able to move the football pretty methodically. They had nice lanes to run through. They haven't needed to throw the ball a ton, but man, they just can't finish their drives.
Mertens takes a high snap but is able to pull it down. It's going to be the quarterback keeper trying to find some space on the near hashes. He's going to be about 1.5 yards short as he picks up 6 yards. Again, Garrett Mertens has been held in check himself. Just 8 carries for 22 yards tonight. But now a third down and a big one upcoming for the Milbank Bulldogs. What can they do on this third down and 1? It's a handoff to Field. He's got some big running space as he's past the 40 and wrestled down at the 36-yard line. A pickup of 15 yards. And right now, it's just hole after hole that Vermillion is opening up there in the center.
Milbank doing a nice job creating, again, like I said just a moment ago, creating running lanes for either Mertens or Field. And they're just creating space on that offensive line, and Field's doing a nice job of picking the hole and making plays then, and he's just running downhill then at that point.
6-13, third quarter, 19-0. Johnson in motion, like always. Back to pass, though, is Mertens, and he was shooting for the moon there. I'm not quite for sure what he was trying to do. Of course, trying to get to Johanna Owagna there. That one well past the distance of anyone. I mean, I don't know if Usain Bolt, with the speed and world records that he has set in his life, I don't know if he would have even caught up to that. 6:02 now remaining in this third quarter. Second down and 10. Johnson in motion once again. Handed off to Field, and again finds plenty of running room as he's up to the 25-yard line. A pickup of 11 yards and another first down.
And that time the left side of the offensive line, Heath, they just caved in that Vermillion defensive line, and Field had a nice cutback there. He was able to cut back to the left, and boy, there was a lot of room there to run.
Now just outside the red zone. The Bulldogs have it at the 25-yard line. Once again go to Field, but this time he's met in the backfield as Raleigh French, the sophomore, is in there to get the first lick on him before a host of Tanagers come in. It's a loss of about 2 yards and bring up now second down and 12.
And after they've gotten several big gains, Vermillion stuffs that one for a loss of 2, and both these lines right now just really going at it. There's a lot of physicality up front right now.
5:01, third quarter, 19-0. Johnson in motion. Fake the handoff, pass to the tight end, and this one is caught at the 11-yard line. It's a pickup of 16 yards, this time as they're able to get to their tight end, Emmett Hansen, for a first down. And now the Milbank Bulldogs inside the red zone, as they now have it spotted at the 11-yard line. So not quite first down and goal. They hand it off to Field, who finds a little bit more space up the middle, able to get down to the 5-yard line, a pickup of 6 yards. Second down upcoming for the Milbank Bulldogs. Second down and 4 upcoming for the Milbank Bulldogs. Johnson in motion once again. They're going to hand it off the Field once again. Field pushing his way forward. He's not going to quite get the touchdown, but is he even enough for a first down? They mark him just short, so a pickup of 3 yards by Aiden Field. And now third down in inches upcoming. Mertens puts Johnson in motion. Hand it off the Field. No, fake it. Mertens tries to get it himself. He's not going to get the touchdown, but he does look like he got enough for a first down. They do give him a yard there on the run. So now first down and goal at the 1-yard line for the Milbank Bulldogs, who are trying to get their first touchdown of the evening. Mertens runs in the play, breaks the huddle, as Milbank will split off just one wide receiver to either side, and Mertens will go underneath center. Tries to push his way forward, and the push is successful. The Milbank Bulldogs have their first touchdown of the evening, as they now trail it 19-6 with 3:10 remaining here in the third quarter.
And that was a great drive, Heath. That's what we talked about at halftime, that this team just needs to finish drives. We saw they had drives just like this in the first half. They moved the ball methodically down the field, mostly with the running game. They did get a nice pass completion in the red zone as well, but they couldn't finish drives in the first half, and now they made some adjustments here. They got some nice blocking in the running game, and they were able to get the touchdown.
2 wide receivers set to either side as Milbank will try for the 2-point conversion. Mertens is just running around now, throws it, and this one is going to be caught. The 2-point conversion is good as Tate Schuttler is able to hold on to it, and it makes it an 11-point lead for the Vermillion Tanagers as the score now reads 19-8. We're back here in just a moment and the third quarter on Live Ticket TV. Well, Milbank is able to get their first touchdown of the evening. This time they get it done with the Garrett Mertens quarterback sneak as he was able to push his way forward. Milbank adds the 2-point conversion, 19-8 with 3:10 remaining in this third quarter. Now, something we missed out earlier to open up the football game. You're supposed to kick off from the 40. The officials made him kick it off from the 35, which I was questioning why Vermillion was so far away, 15 yards away from the spot of where they kicked it off at. But that answers the question. The officials accidentally got it wrong at the college level. They marked it at the 35. Nonetheless, Luna has it teed up, puts in this one, a bit of a heave, but it's going off to the left. Penalty flag out comes, and it will be first down and 10. The Vermillion Tanagers will set up camp starting at the 35, and Jacob, it's a good opportunity for Vermillion to answer right back with the score of their own.
Absolutely right, Heath. I mean, Milbank got their answer by getting on the board here with a nice drive, and Vermillion now, they got to come right back out. You got good field position now. Milbank just gave you several extra yards here, putting you at the 35-yard line. Great spot to set up, and we'll see if this offense can continue to move the football like they have in this game so far. They've struggled at times to move it, but certainly they have the capability with Ty Hertz back there at quarterback to move the ball down the field and move it in a hurry.
Well, Vermillion is trying to break their streak right now of not scoring unless it's the opening drive. That's how they've gotten all 3 of their touchdowns so far tonight, is on the opening drive of the quarter, first, second, and third. And with 2:56 remaining here in the third quarter, it has been a quick movie run. And Vermillion back out there in offense. It's going to be a quarterback keeper as Ty Hertz is able to break free once again. And Ty Hertz just finds a great play, some space up the middle as he spun away from one defender and gets a big pickup on first down.
That was a nice run there by Hertz, and kind of almost looked like he's a little bit gimpy, and he's going to...
Yeah, it looks like he's going to come out of the play after he just picked up 33 yards, and now Hayden Christofferson is in. Again, I will say this much. I'm not going to get into the full story, but Ty Hertz did not miss the opening part of the season because of injury. But right now, he is getting up slow. Looks like it's just a cramp, so this kind of explains a little bit more of not seeing necessarily football action like the rest of the team has so far this season. And also a lot of carries for Ty Hertz, including 11 carries for 176 yards. 2 touchdowns. His biggest rush of the night comes on his very first one of 58 yards. Just the second play of the football game, as right now Amy Richardson, the trainer, out there working hard on Ty Hertz. He continues to point to his knee as well, but again, you can see they're trying to get him uncramped right now. Looking over, doesn't look like Mama Hertz is too worried. Again, talking with Amy, she's always nervous watching her son play football. I guess play kind of any sports. Of course, Ty, also a big track athlete with pole vaulting, and also a huge basketball player as well for the Vermillion Tanagers. But now Hertz is going to come out for a little bit. And we'll see Hayden Christofferson step in as the new quarterback for the Vermillion Tanagers. This is the second time that we have seen Hayden so far tonight, as again, Ty Hertz will continue to hydrate up on the sideline. First down and 10, ball at the 27-yard line, 2:44 remaining here in this third quarter. They're going to hand it off right to Jeremy Crow. Good decision there on the read option to give it up as well. A pickup of 4 yards brings up second down and 6. So for Jeremy Crow, 11 carries for 44 yards. Not quite the same output that we saw against Lennox, where he had over 130 yards in the rushing attack, and now several different guys jump, including on both the offense and defensive lines. I believe they're going to tag this a false start. Yep, on the Vermillion Tanagers. Vermillion now picks up their 4th penalty of the football game, resulting in 30 yards against. Don't forget, for the Vermillion Tanagers, they're on the road next week to take on West Central before they're back home for homecoming against Custer, and then on the road against Chamberlain to wrap up the month of September. By the way, in Class 11A action so far, only one game that has gone final. Chamberlain beat Lakota Tech 15-14. So now on second down and 11 after the false start, a quick pass over to Zone Robinson. He breaks free, throws out the stiff arm, and he's finally ushered out of bounds at the 9-yard line. A pickup of 19 yards to Zone Robinson. And a first down for the Vermillion Tanagers. Again, right now, the quarterback remains Hayden Christofferson out there for the Vermillion Tanagers, with Ty Hertz with a couple cramps right now out for Vermillion. So now first down and goal. Ball at the 9-yard line. Trips off to the left side. Christofferson is going to hand it off to Crow, who breaks free from one tackle before finally wrapped up and taken down at about the 3-yard line. A pickup of 6 yards, second down and goal. What does Vermillion decide to run with now under 90 seconds remaining here in the third quarter? And now Sean Doan is in at quarterback. Another quarterback change. Doan's going to hand it off to Crow. Crow tries to push his way forward. He gets right back to the line of scrimmage. That is all. And it's now going to bring up third down and goal. Ball at the 4-yard line is where, actually about 3.5. So now another quarterback change. This time they're going to bring in Ty Hertz on third down and goal, trying to finish off this drive. Milbank is running in a defender late. 2 wide receivers split to either side. Hertz claps his hands together. It's going to be a keeper himself. Spins away from one defender, a second defender, but finally the Bulldogs hunt him down. It's a loss of 6, and it will bring up fourth down and goal, and it looks like a field goal upcoming. But first, we're going to get an official's timeout as Ty Hertz is down once again, and again, looks like he's cramping again. Ty Hertz down with a cramp once again as Amy Richardson will go to work on fourth down and goal. Now, when we come to this huddle right now, again with the officials' timeout for the injury, Vermillion hasn't necessarily brought on their special teams, as right now the offense remains in the huddle. Now, looking at it, a field goal would make it a 14-point game. But nonetheless, it wouldn't make it a 3-possession game, unlike if Vermillion is able to get a touchdown here. And on fourth down and goal, as I mentioned it, right now in the huddle, we have seen traditional offense stay out there. And Ty Hertz, trying to continue to work out the cramp, is coming off on the sideline. And finally, special teams are going to take the field. So Ty Hertz, as he takes off his helmet, going to try to work through some cramps of his own. Luke Knutson will come on out for the field goal. The 21-yard field goal as Vermillion runs on a few players late. Milbank just kind of trying to get set up in something. Officials blow the whistle. Christofferson to hold. Knutson, the kick is up. This one splits the uprights, and it is good, making it now 22-8. They do put up 25-8 here on the scoreboard. You'd like a touchdown, but 22-8 right now. The Vermillion Tanagers lead it over the Milbank Bulldogs. Jacob, in the end, you'll take the field goal if you're Vermillion.
Well, absolutely, especially, you lost several yards on that last play. I think you just got to take the points there, and I think they made the right move. Get the points on the board. It's a 2-possession game. Make Milbank prove that they can come back down 2 possessions, and we've seen Vermillion's offense move the ball well enough anyway. I don't disagree with that call at all.
So with 25 seconds remaining before fourth quarter, Vermillion now makes it a 14-point game. They lead it 22-8. And again, the Milbank Bulldogs were able to score on their last drive, but still this one favors Vermillion because in that fourth quarter, you can have probably that opening drive if you're Milbank to just run the traditional offense. But after that, you're going to need to move quickly. And when you have that traditional run attack and a passing game that hasn't necessarily been there so far tonight, Milbank finds themselves behind the 8 ball. Knutson has it teed up at the 40, puts a big boot into this one, and this will be his third touchback of the night. And here come the Bulldogs. We'll set up first down and 10 at the 20-yard line. As we mentioned earlier, Chamberlain beat Lakota Tech 15-14. With 3 minutes left in the first half, Canton leads it over Lennox 14-6, with Canton just adding a touchdown. Also at halftime, number 1 winner in Class 11B leads it over number 4 in Class 11A, Beersford, 8-0. Again, that one is at halftime. Well, Mertens is back to pass, just lobs it up in the air. Zone Robinson was late to get there, but able to break it up. It falls incomplete. Big hands there by Zone Robinson to break up that pitch and catch.
And that was a great play by Robinson because the receiver was there. It looked like that was Eli Johnson for Milbank. He was the pass was there, but what a play by Robinson.
19 seconds remaining in this third quarter. Hand off to Field, and Field just bullies over a defender. A pickup of 7 yards, and that will end the third quarter with Vermillion adding 10 points here in this third quarter. They now lead it 9 points, 22-8 over the Milbank Bulldogs as we go to the fourth quarter. That is coming up here in just a moment on Live Ticket TV.
Farmers know crop insurance is essential for managing risk. It's also valuable for maximizing revenue. The crop insurance officers at Farm Credit Services of America have proprietary tools and expertise to deliver the personalized crop and revenue protection you need for the peace of mind you want. Nobody delivers crop insurance like this. Discover the difference by calling 800-884-FARM. Agriculture works here.
We hope you are all enjoying the student productions of your school. Tonight's event and every event produced by your school during the school year are created, filmed, and produced by the students you love to follow and support. Become a booster of your school's live event coverage by becoming a sponsor. It's a great way to show your support of the athletes and students in your community. As a sponsor, you'll get great visibility for your business, organization, or family by supporting the live productions of your school.
On third down and 3, the Milbank Bulldogs open up the fourth quarter with Eli Johnson in motion. They're going to hand it off to Aiden Field, and Field is able to pick up 3 yards for the first down. And we are underway here in the fourth quarter back inside the Dakota Dome at H. Lauren Lewis Field. The Vermillion Tanagers lead it 22-8 over the Vermillion leads it 22-8 over the Milbank Bulldogs. I mentioned it just a moment ago. If Milbank wants to make a comeback, they will need to get their offense going. A little bit of a false start, it looked like that time, but nothing called, and Mertens is able to spin off a couple defenders. The whippy tacklers picks up 12 yards and a first down. And Jacob, this is the right start for Milbank, and they need to keep this consistently going now for their squad.
Absolutely, they do. This is a great start to the fourth quarter for this Bulldog offense.
So quickly right back up to the line of scrimmage, hand it off the field once again. And Aiden is able to get it up to the 48, pick up a 5 yards for Aiden Field. and with that has now had 22 carries for 102 yards. Run out of spots on my board as well. Going to have to make some more for Aiden Field. Expect plenty more handoffs to him, and they go right back to him. This time they try to push it up the front, but nothing doing so as he gets right back to the line of scrimmage. And now bring up 3rd down and 5 for the Milbank Bulldogs as Roz Baylor in there on the tackle and push once again.
We'll see what Coach Allmendinger wants to run here on this 3rd down, but, again, like we've talked about, Heath, they ran the ball pretty effectively most of the night. Field has gotten a bulk of the carries. Mertens has had some carries, but he's been, like we've said, held in check for the most part. But I wouldn't be surprised they go with Field again, but Mertens here, they had that nice sweep to the outside on the last set of downs there. Wouldn't be surprised they go back to something like that.
2 wide receivers set to the near side, and now Field is in motion. And before that happens, Coach Allmendinger is going to call the timeout. And that will have his squad with 2 remaining. As we mentioned earlier, kickoff was earlier this evening at 6:10, which means a lot of the games across the state of South Dakota, especially in Class 11A, didn't kick off until 7. And again, with right before halftime, Canton leads it over Lennox 14-6. At halftime, number 1 winner on top of number 4 Beersford 8-0. Again, winner number 1 in Class 11B according to the media. Halfway through the second quarter, last time checked, Del Rapids leads it over Hot Springs 28-7. With 2 minutes remaining in the first, it's Sioux Falls Christian over Dakota Valley 7-6. Also, with 1 minute remaining in the first quarter, Rapid City Christian leads it over Custer 7-0. And right before halftime, number 1 West Central on top of number 5 Madison 14-7. That one, of course, happening right now at Trojan Field at Dakota State University. The only game not going on tonight, St. Thomas More and Belfouche. That will be happening tomorrow evening. On 3rd down and 5, ball at the 48. Back to pass is Mertens. It's going to be a screen out to Field, but he was looking upfield before he even caught it. It falls incomplete, and Jacob, on 4th down, you have to go for it here.
Well, I think you do. You're already at midfield. You're down 2 scores. This is, again, we talked about this earlier. This is an offense that Milbank runs that is they predicate themselves on running the football. This is a team that their offense is built to be ahead and then just methodically chew clock. But when you're down, you got to try to do something because your offense is not built to come from behind.
And on 4th down and 5, Milbank trying to pick up the first down. Mertens just goes over the middle and finds his wide receiver open this time, making a big catch. Is Tate Schutler, the sophomore wide receiver, is able to get a big first down for his squad of 9 yards. And the drive will stay alive for the Milbank Bulldogs.
And that was a nice job by Mertens. He didn't panic. He stayed in the pocket. He set his feet, threw a nice ball over the middle, and a nice job by the receiver to make that catch.
So now, with 9:08 remaining in the football game, a handoff to Field, but there is Roz Baylor in there once again to impede the progress, and Braden Bickett, along with a few other Tanagers, in there to clean it up. And this one is a loss of 1 for Aiden Field.
We've called Roz Baylor's name a few times tonight, Heath, and he's just been an impact on that defensive line, plugging gaps, getting upfield, making tackles in the backfield. He's just been a force all night on that D-line.
22-8. This time it's going to be a quarterback keeper by Mertens, and he is going to pick up about 3 yards. So now 3rd down and 7 for the Milbank Bulldogs. Big play upcoming here for Milbank. They need another first down, and again, they need to get things going here with 8:11 remaining in the football game. What do the Bulldogs come out with? Again, a passing game. that hasn't featured a whole lot so far this evening. Just 5 of 9 for 42 yards are the Bulldogs so far tonight. This time they're going to split 3 wide receivers off to the far side and 1 to the near side for the Bulldogs. Mertens in shotgun formation. Puts 1 in motion. Back to pass. This one over the middle. A pass interference comes in late. Good call there by the officials as Braden Bickett laid the hit on his wide receiver before the ball had even been thrown. Mertens saw that as well. So pass interference, a free 15 yards, but more specifically, a big first down for the Milbank Bulldogs.
Yeah, just a penalty there that you just don't want to see if you're Coach O'Boyle. And, I just don't know what the defender was thinking there, if he just wasn't watching the quarterback and just was watching the receiver. And I'm not exactly sure what happened there, but clearly there was contact before the ball got there.
7:34 remaining in the football game. First down and 10. After the pass interference, spots the ball at the 23. Mertens back to pass once again. Sorrell there. This one was over the head of Joanna Anawanga. But again, Sorrell was there to make sure the pass wasn't going to be completed. Incomplete now. Second down and 10 upcoming. 22-8 Vermillion right now in the process of winning their first game of the season and what has been a big struggle for them. Missing their starting quarterback, Ty Hurts, the first 2 games. He has had a huge impact. Mertens back to pass once again. This one falls incomplete. That's the time you need Bickett in there to lay the hit. And once the wide receiver makes contact with the football, that's when you can drop a shoulder into somebody.
Absolutely. That's the best part of being on defense, is being able to lay someone out. And again, they tried that little tight end pass just up the field, and they hit it earlier in the third quarter and on a nice play on their touchdown drive. And once again, they tried it again. They're just able to get that tight end kind of between the safety and the defensive and the corner. And but that time just off the hands of the receiver.
Third down and 10. Ball at the 23 with 7:25 remaining here in the football game. Alone in the backfield is Mertens. Now puts 1 in motion. Scrambles over this way. Finds Tate, his intended target, the man who was in motion. Tate is going to be close. It's a pitch and catch of 9 yards. And we'll bring up 4th down and 1. So on 4th down and 1, the answer is obvious. Of course, Brian Almendinger and the Milbank Bulldogs, they need to get a touchdown here, are going to go for it with the ball inside the red zone now at the 14-yard line. Here he comes on out. Mertens trying to pick up the first down for the Milbank Bulldogs. 6:40 with the clock rolling. 2 wide receivers off to the far side. Mertens is going to go underneath center. Vermillion packs the line. Trying to make another 4th down stand. They go on 2. It's offsides on the Vermillion Tanagers. That'll be a free 5 yards, but now the second time on this drive that Vermillion has handed the Bulldogs a first down via the penalty. So march it now to first down and goal at the 9 for Milbank as they try to punch it in, bring it within a 1-touchdown score. Mertens goes back underneath center. This time going to hand off to Field, who's got some space, and Field reaches. He is going to be tackled just short at the goal line. 2nd down and goal upcoming.
Great job by Field running off that right side. Good blocking. Almost was able to get the score, but just came up a yard shy. But Milbank in good position here with just under 6 minutes to go.
Second down and goal. Ball at the 1-yard line. Hand off to field. No, Mertens is going to keep himself. Switches directions, reaches, and it's in for a touchdown. Mertens faked the handoff that time to field. Saw the space collapse, bounced it back to the near numbers, and eventually stretches it across for the touchdown. Mertens, his second rushing touchdown of the evening, both from a yard out. And again, with no kicking game necessarily for the Milbank Bulldogs, they will go for 2. Right now, it is an 8-point game. So if they don't get it, no big loss here. It'll be wide receivers split out to either side. Mertens is back to pass, continues to backpedaling all the way back to the 17. Now is going to take off, keeping his eyes down, and it is caught for the 2-point conversion. Wow. Mertens looked like that play was dead and just kept on running around and able to get the 2-point conversion. Tom O'Boyle wanted a holding penalty, didn't get it, and it makes it a 6-point game. 22-16 with 5:39 remaining here in the fourth quarter. We're back in just a moment on Live Ticket TV.
The innocence of youth. Is there anything any better? But soon they'll be in high school and facing all the same challenges you faced. How to make friends, how to fit in, how to be cool. We want our children to have everything they'll need to live fulfilling and productive lives. Make sure the kids in your family are among the more than 57,000 participants here in South Dakota who take part in high school sports or activities.
It was important that they get a touchdown, and the Milbank Bulldogs do exactly that. And with 5:39 remaining in this fourth quarter, Vermillion is bringing their special teams scooted up even more, expecting an onside kick just in case, as Luna has it teed up for the Bulldogs at the 40-yard line. We'll see what Milbank decides to go with. It's the normal kick as usual, as Zone Robinson will pick it up at the 17, just try to find some space as he's able to return it to about the 32-yard line, where Vermillion will set up first down and 10. And Jacob, it's not necessarily about scoring here on this drive. Yes, that's great if they can, but more specifically, try to run out this clock and at least get into field goal range.
Oh, absolutely, Heath. And then you just need to start running some clock here. Try to make Milbank use their 2 final timeouts. And, yeah, if you can get into field goal range or touchdown scoring range, I mean, do it. But the big thing is make sure to chew the clock here.
Ty Hertz is back in at the quarterback after he's been dealing with some cramping issues in that third quarter. They're going to hand it off to Jeremy Crow. Crow gets about a yard on the pickup, and it brings up second down and 9. Again, Crow has been held in check so far this evening. 13 carries for 51 yards. But Vermillion, more specifically, as you can see it down in your right-hand corner, everyone watching that clock, still plenty of time for the Milbank Bulldogs to make a comeback here. Vermillion certainly does not feel safe here at the moment, but Ty Hertz is milking as much of this clock as they can. In fact, he's just watching the back judge now, Luke O'Hara, and O'Hara now puts up his hands and is counting. Hertz claps his hands together on the read option, is going to keep it himself. Just dive forward up the middle, up to the 42-yard line, or excuse me, the 38-yard line. Picks up about 5 yards and brings up now third down and 4. But it has been done in the rushing attack with Ty Hertz. That was just his first carry, though, of the fourth quarter. Nonetheless, 12 carries for 181 yards tonight and 2 touchdowns in there. Two wide receivers split to either side. Back to pass is Hurts. Gonna go over to his intended target. Dropped this time by Connor Peterson. And on fourth down, the Tanagers are going to have to punt it away and give it right back to the Milbank Bulldogs with 4:04 remaining in the football game. Jacob, if you're Milbank, you did exactly what you needed to do.
Exactly. They got the stop they needed, 3 and out. I'm surprised with the play calling there by Vermillion. I thought it was maybe a little too conservative. They ran a couple plays up the middle, and then the pass play, I don't know. I would have almost ran the ball on third down because at least you keep the clock running.
It's a bad snap. Knutson finally picks it up. Milbank really didn't bring the rush. It's fielded at the 30 and returned to about the 43-yard line there by Braylon Brocher. So Milbank will set up with a chance to tie the football game. 22-16, 3:55 remaining in the fourth quarter. And again, watching that clock right now, down in the right-hand corner of your screen to just watch this one milk away. If the Tanagers can find themselves a victory here and prove to 1-2 on the season. Mertens and the Bulldog offense out there. It's handed off the field. He slips, wasn't even touched, and then a late penalty flag comes in. A very late penalty flag. This is going to be unsportsmanlike conduct, but the question is on who do they tag it on? I did see a couple Tanagers get up late as it's going to be against maybe Milbank here. This would certainly be a shot in the foot for the Bulldogs. If the penalty goes against them, a big help if it's on the Tanagers. And again, still no official signal, but now Milbank is told that it's going to be against them. They call a face mask. No, it will be against the Vermillion Tanagers. So usher off 15 yards. Again, no accidental such thing. And you're saying, well, wait a sec. How can that be face mask if Aiden just slipped on his own? It doesn't necessarily have to be on the guy who has the football. Face mask can happen at any play. So 15 yards against the Vermillion Tanagers. And now past the 50, the Bulldogs have it. Mertens on a quarterback keeper tries to bounce it to the far hashes, stays in between, but gets right back to the line of scrimmage. And it will set up now 2nd down and 10. Ball at the 44-yard line for the Milbank Bulldogs.
And boy, that's just not a good sequence here for Vermillion. You get 3 and out on offense, and then the first play, you get a 15-yard face mask penalty. That's just not a good start there for Coach O'Boyle and this Tanagers team late in this game with 3 minutes left.
3:03. Johnson in motion. Back to pass is Mertens. He's just going to run like a man possessed once again. Tries to break the tackle, but Zone Robinson comes up and tackles Mertens at the knees. A pickup of 4 yards, and will now bring up a long 3rd down and 7 for the Milbank Bulldogs.
Great open field tackle there by Robinson. If he doesn't make that tackle, Mertens potentially gets the first down, and he kept him in bounds too because the clock keeps running. So that's a great open field tackle there by Zone Robinson.
As some of the Tanager fans rise to their feet, Milbank trying to get set. 3rd down and 7. Back to pass is Mertens. It's going to be a pass over the near side. It's caught breaking a tackle up to the 25 and knocked out of bounds to Eli Johnson, and a big 21-yard pickup for the Milbank Bulldogs as they get inside the red zone with 2:12 remaining here in the game.
Boy, what a play there. Mertens again standing in the pocket, just patient in the pocket, and he is really just doing a nice job. And he just found his receiver, Eli Johnson, open. What a play.
3 wide receivers off to the left side. Mertens is back to pass once again. It's quickly to Eli Johnson, who catches it at the 15. He's going to go no further than that. A pickup of 6 yards. And the passing game that hasn't necessarily worked so far this season for the Milbank Bulldogs. 3 straight completions in a row. 152 and rolling. Milbank at least needs to score just to tie. Garrett Mertens runs on the play late, trying to get everything sorted out. Same formation as the last. 3 wide receivers split off to the left. They're going to go on the quick pass right to Johnson once again as he catches this one for 4 yards, as Vermillion was giving a cushion there and picks up a first down. We're going to say he's first down and 10. That's what I thought. Pick up again 4 yards to Eli Johnson. So now ball at the 11-yard line for the Milbank Bulldogs. Under 90 seconds remaining in the football game. The pressure is on. Mertens is scrambling, just lobs it up, and a good throw there by Mertens. Knew he couldn't get it to his intended target, so just threw it to a wide receiver that was in the area, but out of bounds.
That could have been disaster there had Mertens gotten sacked. Several Vermillion players chasing him down. He did the right thing there. Just get the ball out of bounds, throw it out of bounds, and just live another down here. The playbook here for Milbank is wide open. You've got 2 timeouts. You can't get a first down. Well, actually, you can at the 1-yard line. They're at the 11. So they can get a first down at the 1-yard line. You got 2 timeouts, minute 17 left. Your playbook's wide open here. You can run or pass. I don't think you just have to open it up to the passing game.
2nd down and 10. Ball at the 11 as now Mertens is going to go underneath center. They fake the handoff. Mertens on the play action scrambles out to the near side, looks to the end zone. Too high for his intended target. Eli Johnson falls incomplete and will now be 3rd down and 10. So as you mentioned, Jacob, the playbook is wide open, but one thing is for certain. A field goal does not get it done here for the Bulldogs. They need to score. And right now, if you're Vermillion, you can just really key on Eli Johnson, find out where he is at, and just make sure you have a blanket around him, because that has been the last 5 targets have gone to Eli Johnson. Mertens this time will be in shotgun formation, standing at the 15-yard line. 3 wide receivers off to the near side. And it's going to be hit from behind. A big sack by the linebacker, Jeremy Crow. Crow came in unblocked. No one put a glove on him. Blindside sack. It's a huge hit. A loss of 8 yards, and now brings up 4th down and 18 at the 19-yard line. Timeout from Coach Allmendinger. Boy, oh boy, as you can see it here again in just a moment with our instant replay, it was untouched. Watch this. Jeremy Crow from the backside pop right to the back of Mertens. A big sack, and that could be a sack that clinches a victory here inside the Dome.
Wow, that was a heck of a play there. Yeah, the running back just didn't see Crow coming off the edge. That was his responsibility, or at least it looked like it was. That was the running back's responsibility to shift over and get that outside backer, and it didn't happen, and Crow was able to get a sack there. I'm surprised, Heath, that Milbank didn't try to run the football. You have 2 timeouts, and you're at the 11-yard line, minute and a half or so to go. I'm really surprised they didn't try to run the football. That's been their bread and butter the whole game. You know, and especially with the 2 timeouts left, you just thought, man, you're only 11 yards from a score. Why not at least try to run the football there? And I'm surprised that they've had 3 straight passing plays.
It has the feel of what we saw a year ago. The Vermillion faithful that are inside the Dakota Dome are on their feet trying to clap their defense to a victory on 4th down and 18. They need to get to the 1. Back to pass is Mertens. The pressure is on. Steps up in the pocket, over the middle, intercepted. Intercepted, and this one on his feet, returning it as well. Back to the 30, and finally out of bounds. But it's Connor Peterson with the interception. Vermillion is going to survive and get a victory here inside the dome. This one was thrown right over the middle. As you can see, Mertens had to step up in the pocket trying to get away and just eventually was looking for something and just threw it right over the middle. Intercepted that time by Peterson, and Peterson said, you know what, I got some space in front of me, I'm gonna take off with it. And now Ty Hertz in victory formation will just take a couple kneels, and Vermillion will add their first win of the season. And Coach Allmendinger, with a lot of respect, nope, I was gonna say not call a timeout, but this time they do. Huge victory, Jacob. Huge, huge victory for this squad in the Vermillion Tanagers.
Absolutely. You know, you like to get that first win on the board, and that's what both these teams were fighting for tonight. And, boy, what a game. Just to come down to that last play. And, again, Milbank had chances tonight. We saw they moved the football like we've talked about all night. They have moved the football all night. They did so on that last drive, had a chance there at the end. Maybe question the play calling a little bit inside the 15-yard line there, but nonetheless, I mean, Milbank fought hard and made this a ball game and made it come right down to the end, but Vermillion just made the plays when they needed to, and the last big one there with the interception to seal this one. So very exciting for this Vermillion Tanager football team to get the first win of the year after they've had two games that were, that were winnable. I mean, they were in both those games the last 2 weeks, within a couple of scores, and they just couldn't pull it out the first 2 games of the year, and now they get this one. It's very rewarding for Coach O'Boyle.
And now Ty Hertz will take one more kneel. No timeouts either. The Vermillion Tanagers get their first victory of the season, as it was a Connor Peterson interception on 4th down and 18 on the goal line. Vermillion finished this one off, getting the victory 22-16 over the Milbank Bulldogs, as Milbank drops to 0-3 on their season and have a tough stretch in front of them, including Dakota Valley, Del Rapids, and Sioux Falls Christian, all coming up here over the next 3 weeks. We have plenty more upcoming here on the Live Ticket TV post-game show, including catching up with head coach Tom O'Boyle, your final game numbers, and look at scores from across the state of South Dakota. That is all on the way here on the Live Ticket TV post-game show.
Limestone canyons, flowing waterfalls, and pristine beauty make Spearfish a sanctuary for those seeking the ultimate escape. Outdoor enthusiasts will find top-notch sport climbing, mountain biking, and UTV OHV trails. Guests are steps away from peaceful hiking trails and tranquil streams. Relax and rehash your day's adventure at one of our award-winning local breweries. Finding rest is an important part of any adventure. Lodging in Spearfish comes with a variety of choices, from cabins, B&Bs, and campgrounds to the comforts of your popular brand-name hotels. To find your unique adventure in Spearfish, go to visitspearfish.com now.
Agriculture is like no other business, which makes Farm Credit Services of America like no other lender. Owned by the farmers and ranchers we serve, our customers have a voice in how we work, a stake in what we do, and share in our success. Discover a lender that works for you at Farm Credit Services of America.
This is what matters. This is beyond X's and O's. This is the difference mutual respect makes. This is what character looks like. This is what defines us in South Dakota. This is sportsmanship. school sports, it's not the outcome that matters most, but the way the games are played. This message presented by the South Dakota High School Activities Association and the South Dakota Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association.
Let the red fly here in Vermillion, and let the celebration at least start for the next few hours. As Vermillion, they find themselves a huge victory inside the Dakota Dome after what was a great start to the football game. Things certainly got interesting late in the fourth quarter as Milbank Bulldogs tried to make a late comeback, but in the end, Vermillion and Connor Peterson get a goal line stand and even an interception to seal off the victory here tonight. Vermillion now improves to 1-2 on their season, and upcoming homecoming tomorrow night against West Central. Next Friday night against West Central on the road. It should certainly be a tough task, as right now, according to the media, West Central #1 in Class 11A. But as we mentioned, at this time, take time to enjoy this one a little bit. And Jacob getting that first win of the season, especially right here inside a good-sized crowd of the Dakota Dome. How good does this feel if you're the Tanagers?
It's a great feeling. Get that first win off your back, and that just can propel you for the rest of the season. We'll see what this does going into next week. Like you said, a tough West Central team, a traditional powerhouse up north, just west of Sioux Falls, and that's going to be a tough test. But it's just good to get that first win off your back and get that goose egg off the board, in the win column. And so a great job here tonight, a great football game. Hats off to Milbank, too. They didn't give up. They brought this thing down to the wire when they could have easily, laid down and let this game get out of hand, so to speak. It was 19-0 in the first half, or in the third quarter, I should say. It was 19-0. Vermillion had scored right away in the third quarter and on their first drive, and it looked like from there, oh man, this could open up. Vermillion could really open this thing up and blow it open, but Milbank went right down the field, scored, made it 19-8, and from there we had a ball game, and it was an exciting second half, an exciting finish for the Vermillion Tanagers.
Yeah, certainly an exciting finish for Vermillion, and I know a lot of hearts were racing quite quickly here inside the dome when the Bulldogs were going on that march once again, but again, able to get a big finish here, and this one a very key victory as well for the Vermillion Tanagers. Let's go over the final numbers here for tonight for the Vermillion Tanagers. First up, it was done in their rushing attack, more specifically with Ty Hertz, who finishes the ball game with 12 carries for 181 yards, 12 carries for 181 yards, 2 touchdowns, including a 58-yard touchdown run to have just the second play of the football game. Jeremy Crow had 13 carries for 51 yards. Ty Hertz, by the way, in the passing game, 5 of 12 for just 42 yards. In fact, all 42 yards went to Zone Robinson in the receiving game. Vermillion did also get themselves in trouble tonight, having penalties of over 65 yards that went against them. On the opposite side, Garrett Mertens threw a couple interceptions in there, but also had quite a bit of completions as well, as tonight he went for the passing game 10 of 18 for just 81 yards. really got it done in the running game, though, was Aiden Field. He had 25 carries for 109 yards, but it was Garrett Mertens, the quarterback, who got the 2 touchdowns for the Bulldogs tonight, with, of course, touchdowns of both from 1 yard out. Total for him, 16 carries for 36 yards in the rushing attack. But you look at it completely, Jacob, 231 total rushing yards for the Vermillion Tanagers. You talk about what they're capable of doing in the running game. How great was that to see them use their running attack to get a big victory?
Well, that's huge. I mean, it starts up front on the offensive line, and credit to those guys for, creating the holes for Hertz and Crow to run through. And that's, and we talked about Skogsberg being out, and that was that. How was that going to affect things up front for Vermillion? They seemed to run the football just fine tonight. And of course, Ty Hertz just added such a extra dimension for Vermillion, and they were able to just really establish the ground game and then throw the ball when they needed to. It was just a great effort by Vermillion tonight.
Well, we have plenty more coming up here on the Live Ticket TV postgame show, including scores from around the state of South Dakota. That is on the way next. Plus, we will get to our conversation with head coach Tom O'Boyle. That is all on the way here on Live Ticket TV.
Farmers know crop insurance is essential for managing risk. It's also valuable for maximizing revenue. The crop insurance officers at Farm Credit Services of America have proprietary tools and expertise to deliver the personalized crop and revenue protection you need for the peace of mind you want. Nobody delivers crop insurance like this. Discover the difference by calling 800-884-FARM. Agriculture works here.
We hope you are all enjoying the student productions of your school. Tonight's event and every event produced by your school during the school year are created, filmed, and produced by the students you love to follow and support. Become a booster of your school's live event coverage by becoming a sponsor. It's a great way to show your support of the athletes and students in your community. As a sponsor, you'll get great visibility for your business, organization, or family by supporting the live productions of your school.
The innocence of youth. Is there anything any better? But soon they'll be in high school and facing all the same challenges you faced. How to make friends, how to fit in, how to be cool. We want our children to have everything they'll need to live fulfilling and productive lives. Make sure the kids in your family are among the more than 57,000 participants here in South Dakota who take part in high school sports or activities.
Back inside the Dakota Dome on a Friday night, getting the night wrapped up a little bit earlier, of course with an earlier kickoff time, but it feels good to wrap up a Friday night with a victory. Vermillion over the Milbank Bulldogs inside the Dakota Dome, the first win of the season as well. 22-16 is your final score. Head coach Tom O'Boyle is on his way up here in just a moment, but right now, while we have a chance, again, we're ahead of a lot of games for tonight, but taking a look at scores from across the state of South Dakota as we focus in on 11A. One game that has gone final, Chamberlain beat Lakota Tech earlier, 15-14. Otherwise, all other games ongoing except for Belfouche. They'll play St. Thomas More coming up tomorrow evening. Otherwise, halfway through the third quarter, receiving votes, Canton is tied with Lennox at 14-12. Or excuse me, Canton is in the lead by 2, 14-12. Otherwise, we thought maybe this would be an interesting game, but right now it's nothing but winner. Number 1 in Class 11B, leading it over Beersford 22-0. In other action from Class 11A, it's Del Rapids on top of Hot Springs 41-7. At halftime, Sioux Falls Christian and Dakota Valley tied at 14 apiece. Rapid City Christian leads it over Custer 19-0 at halftime. And halfway through the third quarter, it's number 1 West Central on top of number 5 Madison, 14-13. And as I mentioned, St. Thomas and Belle-Fourche are coming up tomorrow. Otherwise, taking a look at scores from now up in 11 AA. Number 2 O'Gorman, a AAA team, leads it over number 2 T-Area from AA, 27-19, halfway through the third quarter there. Also, it's Yankton beating Watertown right now at halftime, 20-7. Otherwise, a few more games set to come up yet tonight. Otherwise, plenty of football tomorrow in AA and also in AAA. A lot of games happening tomorrow, including the President's Bowl at Howard Wood. But as we mentioned, one other game in AAA that's currently happening. Harrisburg on top of Rapid City Stevens, 21-0. Now checking down in lower scores with schools and teams that are receiving votes in the area. Sioux Valley on top of Hill City, 41-6 at halftime there. A former Class 11A teams, Tri-Valley and Sisseton. Tri-Valley on top there, 46-0. And as we mentioned, other games right now, Bridgewater Emory Ethan leads it over Parker halfway through the third quarter, 12-2. And looking at a few more, it's Clark Willow Lake and Groton area that are tied at 14 apiece halfway through the third quarter there. And that is a look at scores from around the state of South Dakota. As again, we mentioned, plenty still ongoing. Actually, take a quick look here. And at AA right now, Bonhomme and Viber currently battling. At halftime, it is Bonhomme that's on top, 20-0. So there's another score update closer to home. We're going to step aside another time here inside the Dakota Dome, and when we come back, it's head coach Tom O'Boyle on Sports Ticket TV. That is on the way next here on Live Ticket TV.
Limestone canyons, flowing waterfalls, and pristine beauty make Spearfish a sanctuary for those seeking the ultimate escape. Outdoor enthusiasts will find top-notch sport climbing, mountain biking, and UTV OHV trails. Guests are steps away from peaceful hiking trails and tranquil streams. Relax and rehash your day's adventure at one of our award-winning local breweries. Finding rest is an important part of any adventure. Lodging in Spearfish comes with a variety of choices, from cabins, B&Bs, and campgrounds to the comforts of your popular brand-name hotels. To find your unique adventure in Spearfish, go to visitspearfish.com now.
Agriculture is like no other business, which makes Farm Credit Services of America like no other lender. Owned by the farmers and ranchers we serve, our customers have a voice in how we work, a stake in what we do, and share in our success. Discover a lender that works for you at Farm Credit Services of America.
This is what matters. This is beyond X's and O's. This is the difference mutual respect makes. This is what character looks like. This is what defines us in South Dakota. This is sportsmanship. School sports, it's not the outcome that matters most, but the way the games are played. This message presented by the South Dakota High School Activities Association and the South Dakota Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association.
Back inside the Dakota Dome as the Vermillion Tanagers get a win tonight, 22-16 over the Milbank Bulldogs. A big victory for the Vermillion Tanagers as things got started off on the right foot, had the battle through at times and even hold off in a late surging Bulldogs team. I'll let you take a seat here. Make sure you can sit down. Head coach Tom O'Boyle. Roll damn Tanagers, young man.
Tanagers, Heath. Wow. If you're a fan of high school football, that was about two teams absolutely giving everything they had, both sides, and we were able to have a better first half, and that kind of carried us through this football game. But again, our defense at the right time, at the right moment, bend and don't break. Offense is, as you watched it, it's a lot of fun to have two running backs in your backfield, and when one of them's your quarterback, as the energy Ty brings and just the experience, and he is such a cool kid to coach, and he played both ways tonight. We had, all of our guys predominantly do. So Heath, that was a huge win. I mean, our kids earned it. Our kids really had a great first half. I was thrilled with that. I think that ball control kind of hurt us. In the second half, that's an offense that's hard to get the ball away from. They've got those semis up front.
Yeah.
And 40's a great back, and he runs hard behind it. And I thought our secondary made plays, and they were in position when they had to be in. The credit goes to the effort and the hearts of our kids, parents, and then the prep that my staff does and has our kids ready to play. What a great staff.
Well, let's talk about the staff and the prep. What do you guys need to do to clean up the penalty flags? Because at moments here, especially in that second half, they put a lot of people on edge, giving first downs to the Milbank Bulldogs. How do you clean up the simple mistakes?
You don't blow that out of proportion. If a kid it gets flagged like the late face mask flag that's behind the play that's out of the play. You saw two late flags come off their sidelines after plays were over. I'm in the position where I can't really comment a whole lot about flags, but I do want to take a look at film and make sure that if our kids are playing hard and make a mistake, that's going to happen in football, and you learn not to make that mistake by playing hard and having the penalty. So it's a double-edged sword. I agree. We had 3 flags that kept that last drive alive, and I'm not too sure that it was just kids playing hard both ways, and maybe no calls. I don't know.
Well, nonetheless,
how politically correct was that answer?
You certainly ran around it with the coach's cliches.
I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Good stiff arm.
Nonetheless, you have Ty Hertz. You knew he was going to make an impact. Did you expect an impact like that on play number 2 of the game?
Every time I look at Ty Hertz, I expect an impact from him. You have a young man. People don't realize how fast he is. What a great athlete he's a pole vaulter.
Yep.
I mean, you have a kid that is a great student. What an energy he brings, and just his experience. It's not that our other 2 guys won't be that way in a year or 2, but it's playing through with experience, and I'm thrilled. Ty's got to be a happy guy, and he made some great plays defensively too at our our strong safety linebacker, and he's cramping up, and that affected us in the second half when we couldn't keep him on the field because they really didn't have an answer with his reading skills, his ability to ride and pull the ball. And our young guys just aren't there yet, but they will be.
I need you to do me a favor because of what he's been able to do so far. Make sure he is getting sleep. But I saw him last night at the volleyball game. Coach Gary Culver was drinking a Red Bull. That guy has to go out to Montana yet tomorrow for some USD football. And his defense continues to play lights out, getting big interceptions, big turnovers, and just really shutting down at moments the running attack from the Milbank Bulldogs.
100%.
What is Coach Culver figuring it out? Is it his past experience that has helped defensively?
Well, Gary's one of the best coaches in the state, one of the best coaches in the history of the state of football with his longevity and his energy for kids. He's so much fun to watch during practice. You don't see that cape under his shirt. He's got a big S on his front of his chest. Only other coaches see that. He can. Don't take him by a phone booth because you get a different guy.
Of course, great performance from your squad, Coach. You get a win. How great does this feel, especially to do it with the crowd that you had inside the dome tonight?
It's just a special place. Vermillion is a special place. Our kids are special people. We coach them hard, and our parents, I'm sure, aren't wild about my volume and tone most of the time, but they know we love them hard too. And for our kids to be able to finish a game like this, that at one point in time everybody thought, well, hey, you know what, this might be a 3 or 4 score win, and then all of a sudden we're clinging to 6 points, and knowing that we've given up 2 extra points, two 2-point conversions. It was nerve-wracking, but you saw guys where they were supposed to be, and they made plays. And Connor Peterson or Pete, was where he should have been, down center field at the end of the game. Now I wish he would know that it's 4th and 2, 4th and 7, knock the ball down, and don't catch it and try to run where you're going to fumble. But
hey,
we'll coach that.
He wanted a touchdown.
And his, I get it. He's an excited kid, and he's made a difference in our secondary. And we're playing young kids with a smattering of seniors, and it's working. We needed this one, and this one will help us, springboard and have a good practice.
Last year, after Del Rapids, you said to me this should be the state's notice to never schedule us on homecoming again because we're changing that narrative. I feel like everybody got the message except for West Central. They have you scheduled for homecoming that next week. How great is it going to go to feel and punch the Trojans in the mouth on their homecoming and see if you can't upset the number 1 team in the state?
Well, we certainly are going to have a good plan. And we certainly, we're done buying corsages for these games. We got rid of that last year. So West Central probably wanted a little bit of revenge for us hitting them in the mouth last year. And, we plan to do the same thing. They're a great football team. They have a lot of kids back. They have a great football history. We're a little proud of our history, too.
Yep.
And we're going to have something to defend when we get there next week, and I expect the Tanagers to play well.
Roll damn Tanagers.
Roll damn Tanagers, brother.
Enjoy this one, all right?
Thanks, gentlemen.
There he is, head coach Tom O'Boyle here on the Live Ticket TV post-game show. Hey, you can take something out of it if you want. Go get yourself a water at least as we continue on wrapping things up. Pass the headset back over there to Jacob, and again going off that West Central, something we had never seen going into this century until last year. It was 22 games in a row that West Central had beat Vermillion, and again, since the year 1999, Vermillion had never won until a late victory last year right back inside the Dakota Dome. But all right, throw out that history, Jacob. It's going to be a tough task, a tall task for the Vermillion Tanagers next Friday night against West Central.
It will be. This West Central team has looked good so far to start the year. They got a nice win over Custer to begin the year. And then they took out Sioux Falls Christian last week, and in a close game, a game that Sioux Falls Christian had the ball in a similar position as Milbank had it tonight. They had the ball late and had a chance to pull the upset, but just fell short against West Central last week. But West Central, again, we talked about the tradition. Coach O'Boyle talked about the tradition. That West Central school has had football written all over their facility for the last 30 years.
Yeah.
I mean, they have the record for most state championships in a row. I mean, they just have been so dominant over the years, and that is going to be a tough task. But like Coach O'Boyle said, Vermillion's got tradition too, and even though it's been a while since Vermillion's been to a state championship game in their home facility here in the Dakota Dome, it's just when those two teams get together, there's some special times that they have on the field, and should be a good one there.
Looking forward to all the excitement. Of course, we'll have all the coverage right here on a Live Ticket TV. The pregame show begins at 6 o'clock with the kickoff set for 7 o'clock. A big thank you once again to head coach Tom O'Boyle for joining us here on the postgame show. Jacob and Cole, big thank you for all your hard work again this evening. We'll catch you back here on Tuesday on Live Ticket TV as we'll have more volleyball in store for you. And make sure you follow us as well. Make sure you subscribe. We might even have a little bit of soccer for you coming up on Tuesday evening as well, if we can swing it on. Otherwise, your final score once again from inside the Dakota Dome. Vermillion gets the victory over the Milbank Bulldogs by a final score of 22-16. Until Tuesday evening, have yourself a wonderful rest of your night.